Alright, how do we sound? Can we hear all of the background? I bet we can. I will do my best to see if I can adjust the noise gate throughout the rounds, but you're just gonna have to kind of bear with me for this. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I think we shouldn't be peaking now as much. The focus rate was turned way too high. But yeah, I'm going to do my best to not have it crunch. Let me know if it's crunchy. And also, welcome to the Salford Regional. My light isn't on. I came into this early, so I'm going to be looking a little bit darker. There's more faces during the rounds. OPE have graciously brought your boy back. But this time we're on my own YouTube as well as the Twitch organized play events. Wherever you're watching, hope you guys enjoy the stream. We're gonna be getting into round 1 shortly. It's gonna be 7 rounds of Digimon here. And if it wasn't obvious from the fact that I've got all this and, you know, no funny green screen, we're about to start soon. All right.
So, Digimon, you are playing 7 rounds today, or until there is 1 left. One Piece, you're playing 6 rounds, or until there are 2 undefeated players. This doesn't tend to happen with One Piece, but on occasion it can, so it's good to know. One Piece, you have 30 minutes on the round. Digimon, you have 45. You then got 5 additional minutes of overtime each, or 3 turns, whichever comes first. We will make overtime announcements, but it's your responsibility to check your timer, which is at Tournament HQ, just so you know how long is left on the round. You can obviously hear your hearings, etc. on Limitless. It can also drop on Limitless as well if you don't want to play. If you do want to drop, it is a triple confirmation screen, so all drops are considered intentional, so please be sure of it before you go ahead. Once you've finished your game, please make sure you do submit your match result before standing up from your table so there's no unnecessary confrontation later on. Submit your result before you get up. And if you do have any problems throughout the event, there's some sort of rulings question or something has gone wrong, you can raise your hand in the air for me and call a judge, and one will come to you as quickly as possible. So I just want to test that just now. So can I get everyone's hands in the air and we're going to shout judge after 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! Perfect. The acoustics in here are lovely. So, once the judge does come to your table, they're going to give you a ruling, or they're going to help fix the issue. If you disagree with that fix, please let us know. You're going to your head judge, and once your head judge has made a decision, all decisions are final from there. Once you're done, once again, make sure you submit your result fully. And we're going to be giving out your participation prize now as well. So if you can stay seated until you've received your participation, that would be wonderful. That being said, thank you very much for coming along today. I wish you all the best of luck. Digimon and One Piece, you may begin your round 1.
Alright, I guess that means we're going to be getting things started then. Our round 1 timers, it's 45 minutes and I think 5 minutes overtime. But yeah, everyone's already starting, so it looks like we're going to be kicking things off. We'll be getting names sorted in a little bit. But yeah, I think timers are going, so it looks like the players are going to be setting up the security and getting things going. We do know there is an armor versus shine. Participation packs are being sorted out as well for everyone, as you heard on the judge thing. Wanted to let you all hear what we've got. And we do have DP markers, thanks to Conquest Collectibles for supplying those. Hopefully the players will look over and actually put them up. I believe it is Shine Greymon on the left, and then we have Armor on the right. So we will be getting use of those DP as well as the power markers. We're starting off with the Vmon promo in the back. I do see a Davis, but considering he's passed over... It says 5, but the Davis was turned side... Oh, right, yeah, it doesn't get the extra memory. No, should have gotten the extra memory. So we're going to go for the Louis instead. Gains back the memory, choosing to go for some early aggression. Going to get the Magnamon in, and it looks like we're on a Wanya egg as well, so we're not going to be getting huge amounts of like damage in early, but that's fine. Going to get a couple of checks in, of course, yellow and its shrink, very, very comfy for armor. But I don't know. It's one of those more permanent resources. We do have the Ramen ult as well. Annoying to get in Europe, so very cool to see it whenever we see it. Do we have the 4? It looks like we're going to raise the Agumon and use its main effect to turn Marcus into a Digimon. 3K can't Digivolve. And then where do we go from here? The fact that we haven't turned a Geogray is kind of awkward. Obviously, you have to be careful because if you swing the Marcus and try and shrink it, you could still get Zudoed or something like that. So I want to try and play around that as best I can. There it is. There's the Zudo as we thought. Trip and bounce. And it's going to be that one check. Hits the Vmon. Is going to live. So at least that Marcus is going to make it back to him. But it's still awkward because now you have to build in the back. Round 1 can always be a little bit difficult. They've taken at least the draw power off of the egg for now. So if they want to get double draws off a swing, we're going to need to see that Magna X. Both of them under memory sessions as well. So we're going to be playing a pretty high memory kind of game. But still, a really, really risky swing early. I'm not sure I fully agree with it. I guess the idea was to try and see if they could get some tempo out of it. But they've given up a lot of tempo in response. Going to get the swing in. Just going to get the one draw off of the Wanya. And there's the Magna X. It is going to hit into a next Marcus, but right now that's not exactly a super loaded draw. Looks like we're going to see the Davis. Davis play Vmon, and then Vmon is going to search for that free type as well as a Davis, which means it can pick up the Uko and it can pick up the Vmon, but the Kumamon is going to be spun to the bottom. And looks like we're going to take the Uko. They are in the driver's seat, so it's going to give them something to Evo in the back. And if it wasn't for the memory setter, a Louis here... Actually, Louis would even keep turn because we've got the Louis, we've got the other one, and we're just going to go for another Magna. I'm not sure I like that. Yeah, I'm not fully sure I like that. I think I would have liked to see... Just because there's no Greymons here, I would have liked to see the Magna X. But then again, I guess you're still... If you're going to try and remove this body, you'd be removing it with Shrink anyway. And yeah, we're going to see the hard played level 5. So it means they did commit their only rookie in the stack. So the rookie error. So just to mix things up on the early tables, instead of going for table 1, we went for one of the lower tables. But again, it's round 1. So it really, all of them are the same. Don't think we're going to be playing into any vaccine aces in Shine Greymon. Just explaining what the Wanyas did. I mean, setting up a Vmon in the back is going to give you some cycle. You could also try and swing the Magna here first, see if it gets shrunk and floats, because that also allows you to maybe pick a different rookie. So we are going to see that swing in. It's going to hit the Shining Blast, and this is why I had issues. Yeah, this is why I had issues with it. So, -8 off of the overflow. This is why I wanted to see the Magna X, because the Magna X would keep you safe from exactly this play, and they had the memory to do it as well, so kind of just a greedy play. We are going to see the Magna off the float, though, which means I think we're going to be spending 3 memory to bounce this Geogray back to hand, and that probably is just game right there. So, not optimal, but still more than serviceable. I'm going to see the Davis pass over the minimum amount of memory, which is 3, and then the Vmon is going to find literally anything. Honestly, I don't think we're seeing another turn, so I don't think it actually matters what we pick up here. We are live on location indeed, straight from the Salford Community Center. Home of the Sail Sharks and the Salford Red Devils. And there goes the Shine Greymon, so yeah, pretty much an admission that game 1 is kind of over. Gonna just go through the motions though. I would like him to evolve into an armor. I mean, that works actually. Just swinging the not armor first just guarantees that, yep, there it is. We're gonna swing and take game 1. Pretty comfy one there for our player on the right. Taking it very, very early. It is, of course, best of 3 here for Digimon. 45 minutes to get it done. And we didn't really see any DP increases, so we didn't have any use for the markers. But you can see them just poking out at the bottom of the screen. A very affordable way to get yourself some markers if you are trying to just make your boards a little bit easier to read, keep track of your DP increases, or your DP minus. Some might say it's a very useful mechanic, mandatory, and we need it in the game. What did you miss? It was a pretty quick and clean one. The game basically ended like turn 2 or turn 3, where the Marcus went sideways and the Rise Greymon got bounced by a Zudo, and that was their only rookie stack. You can maybe argue round 1 nerves. You could maybe just argue it is just one of those, I don't know, matchup things. But yeah, definitely an unforced error. Considering they had the rest of the line, I don't really know why we pushed up. But people do like resolving their when digivolvings. So the Shine Greymon player is going to be keeping their opening hand. I'll try and get the player names from TOs between rounds, but we've got some other just fun things for just the remainder of the day. Try and get some interviews with players and just general people around the venue as things go on. And looks like we're starting game 2. Choosing to go first. Choosing to pay just the 1 cost rather than pushing over 2? I mean, sure, I guess. Davis play Vmon? No, we're going to play the Louis for 3. Uko. Hatch 1 first. Gain 1. Gain 1. So the 1 choke is cute and all, but if you're going into armor, then you're not really gaining anything out of it. You're not going to get anything out of the Wanya, but realistically, if he passes him... Yikes. Okay, that is a 1 choke and a half. That is crazy. Yeah, if we can get a judge, just to... I think I know the player on the left, but yeah, if we can just get player names for even just future rounds in general would be helpful. I don't hate that. That actually double clears. Oh, really well done. Really well done. Yeah, I was going to say those 1 chokes were not built the same, but it was actually a very well laid trap. And the Rise Greymon X. Choosing to pay full... Oh, yeah, I guess they have no choice about paying the full cost, but they kind of subsidize it by bringing it back, and it looks like we're seeing a whole lot of not Vmon on this. The armor player did do their mulligan, of course, so... Nice. Yeah. So now I think the shoe is very much on the other foot, and Shine Greymon is about to clear the single stack every single turn from now on. They haven't hatched yet, but I think we're just going to give up our off turn. Surely nothing bad will happen to you at all from committing your only stack. And there it is. Burst mode. It's one of those interesting ones. I wonder if they really needed to get as much. Wait. Oh. Okay, so they were swinging, and then they just moved it to the back. They just did that in a really awkward motion. I thought they were playing that and then just immediately using the on-play to suspend it, but no, that was them declaring an attack and then going for it. We're set up pretty nicely. And then go for 5, suspend, go to 1. And then the only card in trash, the burst mode. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to scoop straight into game 3. I think that is the correct decision. There's no point really, like... There's no point really showing off too many cards in the deck, because, like, yeah, you'd be trying to fight back in. I will say, though, because they messed up their off turn, if they were on one of the blue options that bounces a single stack, then we theoretically could have seen them actually build back in. Not hatching was kind of troll, but you were in such a, like, ahead position that there's no real reason to, like... Well, you wouldn't normally have to worry about getting cracked back, especially a Shine Grey, but theoretically, like, some armor lists are on Full Moon Meteor Impact, some armor lists are on Full Metal Blaze. So there was room for us to see, like, some potential shenanigans. But ended up not happening, so they were fine. So, I mean, 2 games done in basically 10 minutes is kind of quick. But they got it done. I mean, these are 2 decks that are very, very fast. You sometimes see Armor playing the slow game, because, like, the Magnet X's, you set up the tower and you just kind of cook them. But this one was a we are here to fight, which I'm always down for. Aggressive Digimon is always a very, very, very fun kind of Digimon. Especially when you both have to play on board, because then you're both liable to the same sort of problems. Also, getting to see the old Shine Greymon is always nice to see. Not the BT4 one, it's the BT2, one of the OGs. Looks like the security's getting set up. I'm gonna be having Armor go first. This doesn't really surprise me. Like, as much as the double Uko Louis was cute, we've seen that it can get punished, so ideally you'd want to see the 3-cost Davis, but we're gonna see a Zudo go to hand to an Uko and a Fire Rocket, which does reveal that, you know, Fire Rocket is in play. We're gonna actually do this one for 0 this time instead of going for the 1 choke. Go for the alternate play cost, the kind of intended line makes sense. It definitely did feel like that game was kind of one off of, obviously, not seeing the Vmons is kind of a brick as much as you do love the Ukos. But also, like, that turn one cost trap was fantastic. Or maybe, like, you could argue maybe an overextension, but the fact that there was no VMons meant that, yeah, the Davis was Davis was suboptimal. Where do we go from here? No jamming egg, so it looks like we're going to be forced to go into the Magnamon for 2, which does feel kind of bad. Like, obviously the BT8 Magna is kind of an ideal second kind of card. And because it lived, there's no armor texture. We're just going to see the VMon get sent down. I don't think he's expecting to see that VMon make it back to him. Going to take the Magna, so that way it forces the Shine Greymon player to end on a rise. Where do we go from here? The Argovex was an interesting one. Like, I guess that's why we're on red base. There was a time where a lot of Shine Greymon players were on the yellow base because the extra egg was really, really useful. But ends up not doing it. Yeah, armor is kind of like, it's one of those weird ones where it's like halfway between doing what it wants to do. It can still obviously work, which is why it's seen an uptick in placements. Well, not even necessarily placements, it's seen an uptick in usage. And of course, the starter deck Magnamon is just a heinous criminal. Definitely helps the power level keep up. But it just feels like right now Shine Greymon is in the driver's seat, as I kind of alluded to at the start. Yellow is a color that does traditionally do well into armors because DP minus does persist through armor purge. So if you do manage to purge the body down, they still do get cooked by it. Gray is going to get the Tamer played down and then the Shrink. To get the draw first, are we going to play a Tamer? Does not look like we have a... Yeah, it does not look like we have the Tamer. And then it's -3? Alright. There it is. The Shine Greymon from CT12 gets the clear. We'll actually take a look at the Rise Grey X, because that was what obviously swung things enough to get enough. Apologies. I think we're just clarifying what the inherits are. Because now, obviously, any rookie that makes it to board does get in a lot of trouble. Right now, at the very least, there's no way for them to suspend the... There's no way for them to suspend the Marcus. But the problem is that this is just asking to get Shine Greymon burst moded. I'm gonna go into the Magna to try and strip out 2 sources, so that should at least give him a little bit more sustainability. Obviously, it is still plus It's still just a 7k body. But still, some decent value to lock things out. This is just really, really hard to make its way back into. Actually evolving the rookie this time in the back, so we are set up quite nicely. I mean, I'm assuming if we see the Shine Greymon, yep, there it is. Burst straight back to hand. And then that's going to be minus 12, so it really didn't matter. I don't think we have enough armors in trash for a BT8 Magnamon to even live that, so... It would either be that, or you'd want the... maybe the BT13 one, so that way when you get shrunk, you still float. And then, because of the timings, you would miss out on the... well, I mean, the Greymon's gone, but if it was still in stack, then you'd miss out on the pop, so you'd actually be able to get away with it because of DP minus timings. I've got a swing, which is going to burst through and shrink off the Magna. So I get to burn the Louis, and then it's minus 12. Oh, we're going for the Zudo? And bounce the Tamer. I mean, you still get your when attackings first, but do we... does the burst mode not just cook it here? When Digivolving... Oh, no, it's a 12k Digimon, then it gets the minus 3. Still get the burn, obviously, because of turn player priority, but you're asking to just get shot. And get shot he does. That's going to be the Shining Blast, plays out the Marcus, and all in all, that is enough to gain back the memory plus the overflow. So we're at 2 now. So it was play for 5, which would put them to 3, overflow, and then gain. We are going to swing at security at 15k. That said, though, thanks to the Zudo, this means the Shine Greymon will probably get bounced back to hand if we're on... if we're on the 17, which we do see, so... That does make things a little bit more awkward now for the Shine Greymon player. Looks like I'm going to see the Agumon just to pass turn, get an extra body on the board. I don't hate this. Gives you a little bit more search power in case he's missing another 5. Not that we're actually going to hit 1. Alright, push up. I wouldn't hate some defensive play here. There's been no 5 revealed, so you wouldn't feel super bad about trying to low pass and get rid of the Shine Greymon. Like, Davis play Vmon here for 3 and then go for some sort of Shine would be good, but also if the Magnamon BT8 is big enough, then you could try and swing over the Shine Greymon itself to just completely clear that. And then you would have to try and play around the rest of it, which would be kind of awkward. We're checking trash now, so I think we're double checking to see how big a BT8 would be. But doesn't look like we're happy with it. If it was next turn and that stack was out, then I wouldn't actually hate seeing like Death X. Right now I think it's just a bit too expensive. He needed to develop a blocker first, which is super important. So I think you just set... You either go into the Magna X or you Davis play Vmon to try and go wide. Shine Greymon is one of those decks that is quite gifted in that its shrink is split into tiny little DP minus increments, so you can actually still target a wide board if you have enough. Yeah, so this is going to pass 10. Not going to be seeing a 0 cost Davis, but we are going to be seeing a BT13 Magnamon go to hand. No There's 19 minutes left on the round. I think we're about 20 seconds out as far as the time is concerned, but that's fine. Some players have already finished their round ones. A lot of people's first regionals as well. Hopefully some of you get to make it to stream and get some VOD review in. It's always a very useful thing to have, and the useful thing to have, the Geo Greymon out of security is a very useful thing to have. They did get that +1 memory off of the Geo Grey pushing out things. They did have a tamer, and as the NA commentators called it, Cheetah Marcus hits the field. The BT12 one. Obviously, we're going to be missing that start of main, so it's not going to be... It's not going to be turning into a Digimon without the help of an Argumon or anything like that. But what is probably slightly more criminal is that the Rise X here might be enough. It's not an ideal one, but it's... When Digivolving... Well, there's no X antibody in it and there's no Rise, so maybe we wouldn't actually get the Shrink at all. And I don't think there's actually even a tamer to use.
Table 36, Darren Conlon versus Mark LeBron. Please report the result without walking away from your table.
Alright, we're going to see that first swing. Are we playing into Zudo again? We're going to just see the block. I guess he needed the draw here, but you put yourself in a really awkward position. Obviously, he had to block first rather than Zudo, if he even has a Zudo. But it's a lot of pieces of the stack that have gone missing, and it leaves you single stack now, so you are open to options. It does feel like this armor player, though, is playing super low to the ground with aggressive, like, fire rockets, and we haven't even seen texture, but just like the Uko Louis package. He recovered, then shuffled, wrong way around, so it's shuffle, then recover. I see. Alright. Out we go. Uko in the back. I saw a little fist bump there. It wasn't shown on camera, but yeah, we saw a little fist pump from the player there. So there comes the strip and bounce. Being a two-color deck, you are always at the mercy of it, and we drew into the heavens, so we're fine anyway. Gonna swing in one. Hits the Shining Blast, and Shining Blast. This card has come up a lot, but it is gonna make it so if this Magnamon swings in and dies, if it swings in and hits something, so we're minus, which means it's going to purge down, and then it's going to kill the Vmon. We're going to draw one as well from the 1 year before having that thing get deleted. I feel like you don't even have to develop Mag X here. You play Louis, gain back 1 with the hatch, and gain back 1 from going sideways. Get your check in now, get your draw power. See if you can draw into a Vmon. You know you're not going to be hitting X antibody in a Shine Greymon list. They really don't run it. And this puts him now on answer the board or die, which is, I think, why we saw that cheeky little fist bump. I think you just play a Vmon, right? You just go wide enough. Obviously, Shining Blast clears both, but that's only if you have Shining Blast in hand as well as a Tamer. And you can't do both. So we're just going to use Davis to play a Vmon. Get the maximum out of his memory, and then a little Ramen Muncher is going to pick up a Davis and a free type. So double hit off of the search. Uri to the button. And this is looking like it should be not just game 1, but game 3 as well. Really, really solid stuff. But a nice little back and forth. You got to see how they both try to control the board. And this is why this kind of matchup is interesting. Especially if it's played this way. There are a lot of times where you'll just see Shine push up and OTK, which is, you know, usually the better way to play it. But when they have to play on board, this is where you actually get opened up to having this back and forth, the neutral game, the mid-range, really however you want to call it. that is 14 minutes left on the round as well. Although I don't think we'll be using all 14. I think we'll be finishing ours off nice and quick. Alright, one security left. Just keeping... they have done that in the wrong order. They have declared them in the wrong order, but it does not matter. I don't know why they declared their stare of turns, but either way, we are going to have them push out, and they are going to close it out for a 2-1 win. Armor taking round 1. Yeah, that was that's a tough one. Shine, it felt like they were a little bit slow to start, but at the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do with what you've got. And we got around about 13 minutes as players will be locking in their scores. We're getting player names for future ones, but compared to the last regional start, this one pretty seamless, pretty comfy. Got a couple of judge calls on some of the top tables, but it seems like people are slowly getting through their rounds. We'll try and get some interviews going on later as well with some of the gang talking to staff, talking to players that pick up wins. A little bit of content here and there. Try and do what we can. So that way we're not just cutting to BRBs. You're just going to have to... having to listen to me waffle for 13 minutes of ramp. Yeah, a couple of misplays. So we did see like the shuffle and recovery as well as the declaring start of main randomly at the end of, or the beginning of the turn, which is weird because they didn't do that for the rest of the game, so that was probably just like a eyes on the prize, so focused on picking up the win that you just miss sequence, which happens to the best of us, nothing malicious. Just a little bit strange compared to what we're used to seeing. I'm a little bit blurry. My camera has decided to focus on the background instead of me. But yeah, good start to the regional. And we'll bounce around, especially early whilst there are less people available or that. We'll probably bounce, throw it to a couple of breaks, try and find who's willing to get interviewed later, see how the rounds are doing. There's like a bunch of people from, I mean, if you're from the YouTube, you know me, you know half of our local scene at this point. I think there's 26 of us. If we also claim like the Bolton and Jester guys, like I think there's like 26 of people that I know that are there. A whole range of decks. You up? Let's go. All right, Hunters. Still undefeated. Still undefeated. So we got Hunters in the building. We got Mirage. We've just seen Armor shine. There's a Gabubond running around. Someone did ask if the UK's best Alphamon, the West's best Alphamon is in the building. He's in the building. Alphamon's not with him. But boy, oh boy, can I tell you that Yuji Musha is here, and his name is Madishida, because they are the same card. Yeah, he's doing diabolical things with that deck today. I've already seen that he won his first game. He walked by in like 15 minutes. We're 15 minutes and it's like someone got hit by a BT6 flashbang. And it happens to the best of us. But yeah, we got some judge calls coming in. I'm going to probably throw it to a break, get some music going whilst we just double check and see how the rounds are going. But yeah, the Salford Regional off to a good start. Alrighty, we are back. Round 2 going to be getting started in just a momento. Yep, they're letting them know about judges and the draws, because I can't remember how you report ties in the stars, but we have it ready to rock. So that is round 2, and we are getting into the start. So on the left we do have Balfi. Some of y'all will recognize him from some of the fanboy YouTube ones. And we do have Melody Dickens on the right. So this one should be a fun one. Now we'll know what they have based on the flip. Is that Jellymon? Okay. So she's going to be bringing in Jellymon, and Balfi is going to be on Henry. We did high roll for it, so I'm assuming that means, based on just the egg flip, it means that Melody's going to be going first. And I think she has a rookie. Yeah, we can see the winners promo Jellymon. If you have a Kyoshiro, draw 1. So that's going to be live pretty much as soon as we see a tamer. But for now, instead, going to be getting the BT9 ult. When you play a tamer, gain 1. It's either gain 1 memory or draw 1. Let's go. We'll go looking for it, and I'm pretty sure I have it saved. Yeah, this one a fun one. Blue into purple historically is kind of rough. Fenry, though, an awkward one because it doesn't play on board all that much. You can see already one of text there. The Cerberus thinking about it, but is going to have to just bin it off and is going to take the Hell Lugamon just so he can answer a body if he needs to. Amphimon now is a little bit stickier than some other blue decks. Having evade on as a keyword, as well as the Amphimon special protection where you can pitch, it's either pitch 3 or return 3. Balfi going to play for 7 to get the pop, which is going to get the draw 2, and then would add a Luga back from trash. Oh yeah, has to pitch 1 to get the delete, so we're going to put the Black Gato in, and that is going to be a 6-cost passover. There's no source under that. Balfi, there was no source under the Hell Lugar, so you don't get the analog. It keeps picking up the sound in the hall. Yeah, it's a problem. Like, I wanted to use one of the broadcast headsets, but I didn't have it on time. What I'm going to try and do is just be yapping the whole time, because when I'm yapping, then you probably won't be hearing as much of the hall. We tried setting up a noise gate and just basically eating the mic, so that way it's picking up. So hopefully you'll get less of that for the rest of the stream. We are relatively close to the top tables. But Kyoshiro played down. Unfortunately, she didn't get to play it off of the level 4, which is why we had to commit the Searcher, but still, we'll get a little bit of value. And you know that Fenry is kind of the sort of deck that plays on board? Okay, it's just a swing in, check 1, is gonna hit. Wow, jamming Kyoshiro? I thought a lot of people were cutting that card. So now a very expensive analog youth is gonna get an AG binned off. And then we're going to pick up the Soul Lugar, because we do have already a Lugar in trash. And this one, I mean, the Lugar probably is getting swung over. I'd be shocked if we didn't see it. I mean, because the promo Jellymon is just nat 3k for some reason, so should have a pretty comfy clear, especially when you go into a Tesla. You'll get the draw for going for board control. Okay, so we are going to be tapping it to give jamming. Going to tap the Kyoshiro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So she is going to go to 7. Then going to draw 1 off the promo Kyoshiro, and then that is going to be jamming at security. The third analog youth sends 2 options to the trash, and a Lugar picked up. So it does reveal that we are on ADP. I'm kind of surprised that we had that one go Interesting. Oh, it's because it has to be a Jellymon in source in order to give it jamming, so it's not like she would have been able to, with the memory that she had, she wouldn't have been able to just go for the play. I wouldn't hate a, yeah, Startling Thunder here. Plays it for 4, passes over 3. Because she has a Jellymon, she's going to be able to bounce the level 4 or lower as well as a Tamer to hand. Well, I mean, considering you just got an Analog Youth for free, you probably don't hate that much. Like, the chance to search for more stuff whilst you're kind of bricked ain't that bad. Tyranno, yeah, that makes sense. Now the question is if that Tyrannos is only 4, because if it is only 4, then like it's a bit awkward. Otherwise, passing over 3 is exactly memory efficient. Startling Thunder, a fun one. I'm not sure how many people have actually seen these cards before, but yeah, the most recent interaction: Startling Thunder versus Analog Youth. Ooh. Yeah, I'm always a big fan of Jellymon. Fans of the channel know Jelly Force was definitely something that I was trying to make work for a long time. I love promo Kyoshiro, but I think in modern Jellymon, he doesn't see as much use anymore. Tends to get cut because why do you need jamming if you have just straight up battle protection versus blocking, as well as like you can just make it so I will not be deleted, and at that point you can cut the jamming Kyoshiro. But I guess for early aggression like this, if you're struggling to find your, presumably struggling to find your Thetismon, this becomes really awkward. The fact that these are both evade Jellymons is pretty sick. I think if she swings in here, uses the Puyoyomon effect to trash back under the number. Okay, it looks like we're gonna use the jamming and we're just gonna get the draw. She's not gonna choose to pitch. But that is a jamming check-in. I think you swing the other Jellymon here, not the evade one. I mean, it has jamming, but it is gonna get blocked. Yep. Everyone forgets Tyranno's a blocker. And it's stuff like that is why the like jamming one doesn't get seen too much. Instead, you tend to see the battle protection like Amphi top end to try and basically give everything super jamming. If you were gonna swing one, instead of going for the jamming check, I think I would have preferred to see the Searcher Jellymon go in. And then you go for another one. You do still have BB Thunder, so you could once again drop the lightning. I already have a Kyoshiro, so it would really just be going over a Jellymon here just to try and get some more card draw, because it definitely feels like we're missing the Thetismon. Chat, do you all say Thetis or Thetismon? Then we're just double checking to see what the cards are here, because yeah, she's instead just going to opt to pass the low amount of memory, which I don't hate. Ooh, out we push. Start of main. Lugarmon, load an AG Naganuma from trash. That's going to gain us Uno Memoir. And now, do we have the full line? We're on 3. Diaboromon memory counter. My man's is waiting. Excited. But hopefully BT16 is going to be on time for Europe. We've heard rumblings that ooh, we've heard rumblings that it's not ideal, but we'll make it work. BT15. Hopefully this is the last BT15 regional that we have. So are we going to try and go for full combo here, or are we going to try and... I think what I would like to see is if he did swing, use the pitch to go into Hell Lugar, then the Hell Lugar, you could go for 2. But I also don't hate this either. You go for Hell Lugar here, on delete, draw 2, and then add a Lugar back from trash. And then he's gonna get to pop Oh, I guess he's going to pitch 2 first. Sets up a second AG. Oh, popping that one? I thought for sure. Ooh, putting the AG back out. And then get the rehatch thanks to the analog youth, because we do have a source this time. Gonna put the Lugar in the back. Kind of curious. I'm assuming we have full line hit. Whoa, Protoform. Into the Soul Lugar. Gets to do it for 1 cost less. Because all of the Lugar line are native X antibody. So you don't have to be going into just our X antibody Digimon. It's just straight up, yeah, all of these dudes are X antibodies. So Soul Lugar can indeed get to play out a card here. I would actually like to see the Uva, because Uva is going to be making it so the Thetismon player, or the Amphi is going to have fewer cards to make use of, because Jellymon is a deck that makes use of its trash. Smart play there. I'm assuming we're going to see the Black Gato to finish things off. But can the AG go back in? Is Mindling once per turn? Okay, we're going to pitch the Fenry, gain 1, and then we're going to play out 1. So I think, yeah, we're just going to get 1. It's going to go over to 2, and then Fenry is going to play out just the Black Gato. Is it just 1? Double check. Is it just 1 we're missing? What is the requirements for this one? Fenry's always one that I'm never fully sure on everything that we've got. Woo. And Fenry is not one I have saved. I'll get looking for it, but I think both of them going through the cards, so I'm assuming I'm just missing the target for it. It looks like we're going for, yeah, we are going for the full line. We are going to get the pop. Kyosho popping out of security is huge, because it's going to give her an extra draw, but the Black Gato is going to come through. So I thought you needed Mind Link. You need, yeah, I think you need Mind Link to play the full 3. It's one of those ones where if you're unsure about it, you definitely do need to call a judge as an opponent. We're going to be shuffling up for game 1. I know this is a recent switch on Balfi's side from a different deck to Fenry, so that's probably just a line of play that's something that definitely needs cleaning up. It does take 2 to misplay though. 3 if there's a judge handy. But that is gonna be game 1. One Piece going into their next round. They're on round 3 now. Whereas we still got a healthy 31 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty of time for Melody to make her way back into this one. I think she was just missing the 5. I think that's what the problem was, because we saw the board get swarmed. Oh, I didn't even think about the alliance. Is AG's Mind Link once per turn? Oh, it's a main as well. It should have just gone straight back in. Okay, so yeah, it should have just gone straight back in and it would have been legal. If it was like a once per turn thing, then it was super scuffed. That legitimately might be he forgot that he hadn't put it back in. So at the very least, it wasn't the craziest misplay of all time. Just simply got to remember to preserve your game state correctly. I'll bring up the AG now, actually, for anyone else that's seeing these cards for the first time as round 2 gets started. Because there are a lot of new players as well. Not everyone has seen all of the BT14 cards. Not everyone has seen all of the older cards, especially if you're new. But, yep, the Mind Link Tamers. Non-once per turn Mind Link. Can put it under a card where it matches the tags, and then it gives the inherits. And then end of all turns, you can play them back out from the source. And neither of those are once per turn, so in a situation like that, you could just put the Mind Link Tamer back in as many times as you need. Misplays do happen. Especially on camera. I feel like, especially the early rounds, being put under the lights always makes people a little bit more prone to messing things up. Kyosh. We'll even take a look at the RBO1 Kyoshiro as well, because that boy also got some use. He's an interesting one as well. Looks like we've got very early line from Balfi this time. Or he's just climbing to try and get some cycle. Either way. Okay, we are going to swing. This new Luger does have the when attacking. Gonna get the pitch. And there's the +4. And then not using the Baumon to go into the Cerberus X. I guess doesn't want to pass turn. Or just had faith that it would live because he is +4. And we're going to go for very expensive Analog Youth. Just in case the stat gets answered. Ooh, take the Chimera now. Lets the Luger get pitched. And it means if AG... It means if a Hell Lugar gets dropped at any point, you're getting your rookie back. Evade Jellymon here, so gonna be a little bit more difficult to pop this one. Now, where did she go from here? Because at 7 or fewer, you can still get the draw. Oh, Bibi Thunder, I don't hate that. Bouncer 4 back to hand and the AG Tamer. That's a great tempo swing. It is 4 costs, so like obviously when you're bouncing memory tamers, it's a little bit unfortunate to, I guess, give them the chance to play it straight back, especially if they have like an on-play tamer. But in situations like that, where you're bouncing a 3-cost tamer that gives memory, you're actually getting a huge tempo swing. And it has Jellymon in text, which means it does count towards the Jellymon cards. So, gonna leave the Startling Thunder there and gonna just drop the Gato Uber for 5, passing one more than just an open pass would. And to be fair, getting rid of a card that could be used for battle protection is pretty clean. I don't hate that. Lugar players should be on Gato Uber. If you're on Lugar and you're not on Gato Uber, I don't know why you're on Lugar to begin with. Like, the card is very underrepresented at, not even, like, at top level. It's just underrepresented by people that are simply not woke to it. The card, high key carries. Full memory to play with, and free cost into the Tesla is not bad at all. And there comes the DP marker. Going to be getting that out from, I believe it's from the Puyoyo is pitched to draw 1, and now we're back under 7, so we are going to get the draw, and then we're going to get the draw from the Teslas when swinging. We do not have yamming though, so that is going to be a 9k body that crashes in. Unless I'm stupid? Which, is that the right Tesla? When attacking? Ah, can't be deleted by battle. Okay. Who needs jamming when you can simply just not be deleted in battle? It's another reason why I feel like we don't see too much of the promo Kyoshiro anymore, because these cards can just straight up go nah. So yeah, that's the Tesla Digimon. When attacking, by trashing one blue card in your hand, this Digimon can't be deleted in battle for the turn. It's only for the turn, so it does mean that he can swing back over on the crackback. But, I mean, it's a blue deck, so you could theoretically get Zudo aced, or we could just drop BB Thunder for the third one. I love this card. It feels like the Jellymon players do like run multiple of them. I know I was on like 4 when I was playing this deck, and even other players, like if they're building like a much more like low to the ground blue good stuff, they still do rock this every so often. It's very funny to bounce 2 cards to hand. Gonna load the AG from hand rather than trash this time, which does feel bad, but I mean, it is what it is. I think it would have been, I think obviously if the AG was still on field, then we'd be looking at start of main gain 1 and then load 1 gain 1, which would have pushed a 4, which would have been nice. Are we missing? No, okay, we do have the 4, so we could, by evolving here, by evolving into the Lugarmon that is red, it does mean that you can now swing over the Tesla, because we're going to be +2 with the pitch. And even if you get Zudo'd here... Ooh, no, because you're at 7. You're going to have to use the Baomon in order to get into Sol Lugar. Yeah, if we go into the Solmon for the Baomon, then we're actually okay. Because then even if you crash with Zudo, you're +2, so you'll print the memory back. So it kind of forces them off of... yeah, it kind of forces them off of it. So we are going to commit to going sideways. We're going to attempt to swing. And then are we going to use any when attacking? So we're going to gain the +2. So now you would crash. I mean, we're not even seeing the Zudo here. So going to see just an AG pitch to get the draw 1. So I guess we weren't trying to go for combat step evolve into Sol Lugar, which is interesting. We've got no end of turn Jogress or anything like that. The problem is there's going to be a Jellymon pushing up, so you theoretically are in range of getting BB Thundered here. And end of turn we're going to play out, and then... Does Lugar not give you a memory back? It does, but memory setter, so it doesn't matter. I don't hate it, but I also don't like it. Because... I mean, to be fair, she has used 2, so... If she had the third one, then maybe he's cooked. Ooh, we're going to use the training and then use Thetismon main effect to load the Tesla underneath to go into Thetis for a cost of 3, which is going to be obviously reduced by the training to go down to 1. Great use of the timings there for, it was Thetismon. BT13 Thetismon? Yeah, BT13 Thetismon with the warp there, and then Thetis is going to turn into Amphi, so we finally are going to actually see the Amphimon do what it needs to do. And this Amphimon is kind of nice, I'm not going to lie. The RB1 one goes dummy. When Digivolving, when attacking, you may trash up to 2 cards in your hand. For each one, you may trash 1 card under your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Then you may return 1 opponent's Digimon with no sources to the bottom of the deck. So we're going to trash out the Lugar, spin the Lugar, and we are going to gain 1 because the inherit of the... I think it's the Jellymon somewhere in there. Or the Tesla. The Tesla had the when a card is the card is trapped from your hand, you can gain 1 memory. Also, all turns when one of your Digimon will be deleted by returning 3 cards with Jellymon, you can prevent it from getting deleted. So you can't even drop a Hell Lugar in response here. You'd have to set up Hell Lugar and then a second one for like the double pop, and that's how you would clear it. But you also could try and go for swing battle protection. Very expensive analog youth here, but then we see the Hellugar, we see an analog, and we see a Tyranno. Can use the Thetis hand at training. So let's take a look-see back at the Thetis. I was under the impression you could. But let's take a look. If you have Kyoshiro, by placing from your hand as one of your thing, that Digimon digivolves into this card for a cost of 3, ignoring Digivolution cards. Interesting. Well, no, I think it makes sense because it's the training makes your Jellymon evolve, and then during the evolution, when you pick your target, you could then pick Thetis to then change the evolution target from Jellymon from Tesla to Thetis is how I read that. But that'll be something that we'll be able to. That might actually be like a fun thing to do. We were planning on getting some interviews done later. What we might do is we might ask a judge, just some like ruling questions that like people have had on stream. I'm not super sure, but I know stuff like Melga, where you're going from Gabumon into the secret rare Melga. You can use trainings to turn that from whatever its cost is. You can reduce the cost of that with the trainings. So it might just depend on the wording. Because this one says like buy this, do that. Whereas I'm not sure if the secret Melgas say when one of your or like this Digimon can evolve or something like that. Either way. Ooh, Ice Wall for 1. And now how low can you pass him? Because the problem is that Ice Wall didn't choke. So now you have to find a way that passes 2 or less. Melga used the latter phrasing. Right. So it's possible that that doesn't work, which would be very unfortunate. This Ice Wall might have actually saved her. By going for the restand, I think she saved herself. I think she saved herself from getting hit by a double pop. But as long as Balfi doesn't crazy overextend with the attack, then you could go for the swing you could go for the swing, try and get the pop, force the protection out, and then you use the Hellugar to clear. It costs 7. Yeah, 2 cost Evo here makes the most sense. Alright. Wait, so is it? Where's the +2 coming from? Are we starting our main phase? He hasn't even drawn yet. He hasn't drawn yet. Turn's a little bit funky in terms of order, but yeah. Yeah, we are raising. I don't think there was any doubt that he was going to raise. Like, why would you stay in the back here with swing unsuspend, Tesla, Blitz Omni? So we're going to gain the 1 off of the AG. We've already gained the 2 off of the AGs in play. And now we have 2 analog youths. So this is very doable. This is very doable. He has to be, as they say, nice with it. I mean, he has to be real nice with it because you've got to account for whenever you're swinging that you are going to spend the 2 memory. And that is really important. No trainings or anything like that. Either way, resolvable game state. Alright, so we're gonna get the +2. We've seen that Lugar so much. Like, I don't know if that's like just every Lugar player is on 4 or 4 of, but it feels like we're just not seeing the other one ever. So we're always the 2 color. We're gonna go to Protoform. So Protoform declared. Probably gonna go to Sol Lugar for 2. Okay. And now that goes under. Is this going to be what helps him keep turn here? Get to play out a get to play out the Tyranno? Oh, I don't have Soul Lugar. I don't have any of these new cards saved. Do we have... Okay, we are gonna get... Oh. Oh yeah, because you can do when attacking pitch, of course, to gain the extra memory. So we're gonna lose 2, which will pass over to 1. We're gonna lose 2, which will pass over to 1. It's okay though, because even after we get scammed by Ice Wall, he's gonna gain back the memory off of the red Lugarmon. So it's actually not that bad for him. I still really like the I still really like the the line of play that she went for with the Ice Wall and then low pass 2. And there it is. We're gonna get those filter through that trash. Ah, yes, because we do have the AG, you can play out a 4 instead. Right. What is the line of play here? Alright, so we do have the Lugarmon. Oh, right, yeah, because it was the Soul Explosion. So that baited out 1 set of protection. So now this means if we swing, we lose 2. We evolve into Fenry. We gain 1 when attacking. So he's going to go to 2, lose 2. Evolve for 4. End of attack, gain 1. Unsuspend swing pop. Is the line. Do we have Lugarmon? If we don't have Fenry, I did all that maths for nothing. Okay, so we are committing to the swing. Oh my gosh, we don't have it. Oh my gosh, we don't have it. Trash 1, gain 1, and then we're going 10k? Going 10, just 10k at security. We do have Fenry. We had Fenry. What? Oh my gosh, Malfi. What? What was that? What were we doing? Oh. What? I mean, he's up a game, but this is swing unsuspend, swing blitz omni. Although it doesn't look like Melody has it. I'm so confused. He threw for Morbid. Well, I think he's been playing this deck for a week, to be fair. He's been building it, testing it. That is definitely we're VOD reviewing this. I'd say at the hotel, but we're all from Manchester, so we did not need a hotel to get here. It's getting a stern talking to on the car ride home. What was Blood doing? It'd be like that. It'd be like that. If your opponent sets you a layup, now it's your turn to capitalize. So this is Melody in the driver's seat. We're gonna pitch 3. Or spin 3 from trash to get the unsuspend. Swing again. Hits the Fenry. Are you big enough? I'm assuming we're big enough. I think she pitched something. Swing here to get the last check. You have it, right? Like, you do have it, right? Also, did she not use... Oh, I don't think she had the number of cards in trash. Well, I mean, there's your Fenrys. We have another one, though, so I'm so shocked. Into Thetis. What does this one do? Do you unsuspend? You like a magical... Oh. Okay, we just unsuspended, so I'm assuming this Thetis does something heinous. On play when digivolving by trashing to unsuspend one of your Digimon and one of your Kyoshiro. What? For 3 cost it does all that? That's a good card. Okay, so we threw from orbit here. We did actually not need to go into a game 3. Yeah, gains blocker as well, just in case. That's crazy. Alright, well, I mean, congrats to Melody for taking game 2. She's going to be taking us into the final round now with 10 minutes on the clock. I mean, both these decks are decks I think that can... both these decks are decks that can end a game in 10 minutes. The question is, can both these players do it? I know Balf is someone that does think a lot about his turns. And apparently all for naught in game 2. But still, that was a nice back and forth. I mean, the Startling Thunders went crazy. Those delayed the kill turns so much. I mean, yeah, the fact that there was no mulligan on that either is a, hey, we have 10 minutes and I need to speed it up, or it's a the God Hand. I see 2 analog youths. All right, gonna hatch. Go into Lugar. Lugar for 0. Do we just play an AG and analog youth here, or do you go for double analog? We're gonna play AG and then we're gonna play analog. Yeah, I don't hate that. 1, 2, 3. Well, I guess you're taking your Lugarmon and you're sending the other. You're getting set up for your Hell Lugar later. Evade Jellymon. Yeah, just 10 minutes left to go. This one's gone the full distance. Do have Judge James nearby. I actually might see if I can summon him. No, he's doing his job. He's checking top tables. Ooh, okay. We have my favorite setup. Jamming Kyoshiro plus the end of attack pitch to unsuspend. Gonna add a Protoform to hand off the first check. So jamming didn't matter. Omega Law. Now which 2 cards get pitched? Gonna pitch 2 to get the unsuspend, and then we're just gonna crash it back in. ADP. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh my goodness gracious me. Nice jamming Omega Law. Now, surely this isn't push out of raising an OTK. James, with Thetismon, the one that lets you load Tesla under a jelly to then evolve into it, can you training that? Because we had a question about it, and we had a question in chat about it, we weren't sure. BT13. Alright, well we're gonna get that unsuspended blocker Thetis again. Although it doesn't have the protection, so it is still liable to getting... Balfi, please raise first. Say again? Chat, did she draw? I'll let you know. I don't think so. How many cards in hand is it? I think you need to draw 1. I think it's draw 1. Yeah, that's what we thought, because I think the wording is different to Melga. Right. Alright, good to know. Okay, so we're going to pitch off the Black Gato, swinging at security with not a whole lot. I'm not sure why we didn't turn into it. It does have the blocker. Not choosing to use the Balmon. I think he's just going to drop a Hellugar and shoot this. Oh, yeah. Surely she blocks this, right? Just to stop the chip. I mean, there's no evade, so it's just going to die. Yeah. It's going to die, just letting the trade go out. Not sure why. Alright. So we do have confirmation. Oh, Uva to bottom deck something? Are we just combusting here? Is that what's happening? I'm shocked that we didn't just drop the Hellugar. Like, yes, 7 is a lot, but she was on an off turn if you blew that up. And now if you blow it up, it's too late. She is at 6. So, because she's under... Well, there's the Hellugar. It has jamming, though, because we do have Jellymon in sources. So it's still doable. It's really, does she see Amphi? But the problem is it's a 4, and you're now going to lose your Analog Youth. And if you blow it up, you are asking for a lot. Yeah, I think you just... Yeah, there's no reason to not just BB Thunder here. It was just definitely an interesting line of play. I'm not really sure why we didn't go into the 4. We're going to set up the Luger and try and set up for, like, big tax. Surely it's just Hell Luger here. I mean, you don't have an unsuspend or anything yet, but the problem is if you pass too much memory without getting rid of this, like if you analog youth something and then pass over 3, you're asking to just get caught by ripping an Evo off the top. All right, we're committing to the analog youth. All right, so I mean, there's a hell, there's a Tyranno. We're taking a second hell and trashing the other 2. All right, there it is. Dropping for 7, pops it. Yeah, pops it is gonna get the draw. Yeah, so he's just double checking to make sure there's no things. We're gonna get the draw. We're gonna add a Lugar. And has to trash 2 to get the pop? Gato Uva and the Lugar again. Yeah, because it's drop a 3 and then 4 and 5. Looks like we're just gonna trash all 6. I think he's committing to the final turn. He's committing to making it out alive at the end of the next one. But, I mean, I guess we'll see. I still want to say there's less mess plays than first round of the Karlsruhe regional. That was shambles. But it's still early rounds. Players nervous on camera. This is still, I mean, it's technically a high table, but it's, again, early rounds. So it's, are you XO right now? Did you win your round 1? Congratulations. So yes, we did confirm the Thetish training interaction, and you were correct. Because it itself is like a trigger versus Melga where it's just an alt cost, they cannot stack. So that'll be something to just let both of them, I'll let both of them know. That is just how it works. Looks like it might have been worth it. I'm not gonna lie. If she doesn't have another BB Thunder to just, I don't know, bounce the analog youth or something, then we might be in danger here. You need, I think the Ice Wall, yeah. Ice Wall for 1 again is gonna have to put Balfi on. You better be nice with it. But the problem is, again, I don't think she has a cheap pass here. So you're putting Ice Wall down and just hoping. Gonna swing in, gonna get the draw, and we're gonna hit a, no, it's not draw, it's Kyoshiro. I just keep thinking it's the draw power one. But, I mean, jamming Kyoshiro has put in work. And we are going to go into the 3-cost Thetis, which is going to get the trash 1 unsuspend. It seems like this whole time we were just unable to find the Amphi. until just now. Pitch 2, unsuspend. We now have blocker and plus 1k. So now, 28 seconds on the clock until we start overtime, and we are going to ask a very simple question. Alrighty then, chat room. Is it gonna kill? I also realized that this is game 3, Lamau, and this screen did not say it. The rules on how long it takes to play a hand aren't particularly clear. It's technically, you could call it a judge. This is turn 0. You have 3 rounds or 5 minutes, or 3 turns or 5 minutes, whichever happens first. End of turn, out comes the AG, gonna gain back 2. Wait, it's not end of turn deletion. It's not end of turn deletion. Did we not have a Soul Lugar? I mean, this still costs, right? Very messy final game. I mean, overtime has just started. And we are going to pass over 2. Does he live? I think he lives this. Yeah, so they're just confirming the memory on it, but a bit late on the memory confirmation. So that was turn 0. This is turn 1. So we have turns 2 and 3, and then the game will end in a draw. I didn't see a draw when Digi over to hell. Did you? I saw so many cards move quite quickly and was kind of distracted by the fact that we were triggering an on deletion to begin with that I think we did miss a card. But very, very messy game. Yeah, no, I'm also trying to keep up, but the mistakes make it hard to keep up. This is a VOD review game. This is the most VOD review game of all time. Both of them. Yeah. Yeah. I'm swinging for the final check. It's turn 1. And now, how low can we make the number? Please evolve in the back and pass him 1. Evolve in the back and pass him 1, and maybe the game is winnable. That is turn 2, turn 1. We are now on turn 2. So this is Balfi's final turn, and then turn 3. If Melody doesn't just kill, then we are good. Yeah. So the turns counter is something that we actually have spoken about. The DP markers that you've seen here, the guy that's made them has been working on a turn 0, 1, 2, 3 counter, which I think is hilarious. Just actually fantastic. A fantastic way of doing things. All right. I pitch off the Soul Lugar with the, when attacking, going to gain the +2, and we're going to get the draw because there's an AG there. Then we're going to use the Baumon. All right, and then we go into the Soul Lugar. Soul Lugar is going to evolve. We're going to play out a level 3 or 4 because we have the AG in source. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be a Tyrannomon. Tyrannomon on play. We're gonna gain back the 1 from the Lugar, and then on play 1, 2, 3. There's our Fenry. Take the Fenry. Bottom deck the rest, and then trash 1. Then, because we trash 1, Baumon effect activates again. Baumon goes in for cost, because that card is not once per turn. So that's going to pay the full cost. Pushing over to 5. Then we're going to play 3 cards for realsies this time. 1. Please play the Black Gato. Please play the Black Gato. Uva, sure, why not? And then a Black Gato. Interesting we didn't just go for double Black Gato. I guess he's trying to save the blocker. We're going to Alliance 1, go for comically large at security. comically large unsuspended for 2 checks. Nothing to pop, so he's not going to get one. We're going to gain back 1, and he's going to leave the blocker. He's going to leave the blocker there. AG also gives blocker. So that's Balfi's last turn. And if Melody cannot secure the kill here, this is turn 3 and the final turn. And we'll take it to a draw. And she's got 16 seconds to resolve it. I think we're going to be going to time anyway. Going to go into Thetis. Thetis putting to 1. And I think that's going to be it. Digimon players, that is time on the round. So we will be going to a draw. We're going to let her resolve everything. Is going to get the source strip. It is. It was after time. It was after time. He just called it. It was after time. Yeah, he just called it. Yeah, like 20 seconds out of time. Yeah, that's rough. I'll be like, that actually would have been it. But it was just after time. So we're going to go to a draw. Unless I don't think they got any extensions for stream, so it was literally just after time. Yeah, time on overtime by like 20 seconds. Timer rules are cringe. Time in Digimon is cringe. I hate it. But it's where we are. That sucks. They have to then go talk to a judge about it. But yeah, we'll be back in a moment. I mean, honestly, we should not have even gone to a game 3. This was like a rough one. But yeah, we'll be back in just a mo. And be right back. right, pairings for round 3 are up, which means we are going to be going into some more Digimon action soon, TM. Hope you all have been enjoying everything. You're on table 2 and table 4. Let's go. We still got some of the fanboy gang doing well. My man Minikill is also EXO. So everyone's just looking for them single-digit tamers. We did, unfortunately, with the fanboy guys, we had a team kill. Also, we will not be seeing Gabu Bond. Just 07s in chat for Gabu Bond. It's now X1. We had the unfortunate team kill of a guy who knows what all the Gabu Bond cards do, because he also almost fought Gabu Bond and ended up not doing it. And yeah, it's so we will not be seeing H. He had to play Marcio, bro. He had to play his, like, he traveled with his housemate only to go play him. Locals at home is just, it's immortal. You can travel to your local and play your roommate, or you can travel to a regional and play your roommate. It be like that. But you know, it's because we're in Manchester. This doesn't happen when we go out of region. When we don't go out of region, this doesn't happen. The team kills, they're like round 4, but the round 2 pairing, average Manchester pairing moment. But yeah, I think we're just figuring out which teams. I think we're gonna be having the ladies on table 8, table 15. All right, we've got table 15 coming up. It was an official draw, yeah. Because it was in time. It is in time, and Digimon is super inflexible about time rules. As soon as that is called, it's over. Which is ass, yes. I did, like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's not great, but that is the official rulings. It's like, as soon as overtime is called, you can be mid-swing and the... Okay, if it was like lethal and like there's no security and they've declared the swing, you're fine. But it can be like you have combo turn and it's swing on suspend swing. If it's swing, check security, like swing on suspend, check security, and you haven't declared that second swing, it's over. Even if it's like I've ADP'd and I go swing on suspend swing in like one motion and it's just like, hey, reveal your security and lose the game. It just be like that. You lose. It sucks, but that's time. Howdy.
You've got Callum on the judgment side.
Okay.
And you've got Ethan.
Alrighty. We do have the players getting seated. Let's get, you know what? Let's get me in the table. All right, I did that and then forgot that the names weren't available. Fantastic. That's our streamer. Yeah, time is an unfortunate part of just these rounds. It blows, but sometimes you just gotta hold that. Think quicker and you win those games. Plan out your line ahead of time and you can find a way through these situations. I think. Yeah, we don't have time started yet. What has time started? Yeah, I think time started. Okay, yeah, we are. Alright, if it hasn't started and it's reset. Has time started? Judge? Has time started?
Yes.
Okay, we are. Alright, cool. Yeah, we are indeed. We are in the round.
Once corrected, it's 2 minutes less.
Yeah, I'll just let people know in chat. Alright, yeah, we're like 2 minutes. Can't think of a single game where anyone actually likes the time rules. Yeah, they're kind of like a necessary evil. Digimons, I'd say, are probably pretty egregious. They are something. In fact, the last UK regional actually, very controversially, was decided the top 8 round was decided in time, where it's like Alphamon or you can promote turn during the full combo. It's swing on suspend, guaranteed lethal on board, there's nothing. But the opponent takes ages to digicross one time before that, and just, it's one of those, like, there was a judge sitting at the table and they did not select that. You guys are good to go. Yeah, it's one of those, like, if a judge is sitting at the table and they haven't done anything about it, like, and it's on you technically to judge score. Like, we all say it's like, yeah, I mean, if you think your opponent's up to something dodgy, you can sort that out. But yeah, you know, just one of those things you don't think about. And sometimes slow playing is one of those awkward ones that it's kind of awkward to like go, hey, judge, I feel like I'm kind of getting griefed here by them playing slowly. My favorite question for that is, judge, how long has this turn taken? And then, how long has this turn taken? And I think by the third time you ask, judge, how long has this turn taken? They should get the message. Yeah, I mean, they're probably gonna call. Yeah, I think they're just double checking a 5-minute extension. Yeah, because we had to grab them from a different table, so it's not. We're not just right now. We're not just doing table 1, just in case someone gets stuck to table 1. All right. So yes. So I think, yeah, we are going to get that 5-minute extension. So we'll get a reset on the timer. We'll go from there. Otherwise, it's just going to be timer -5. We do have Callum and Ethan coming in, and ooh, Sukamon represented on top tables. I mean, table 18 this is. So not the tippity top of the tables, but still within like the upper echelon. And they got a lot. 16 is going to be a fire format. This is going to be our send-off for BT15. Unless the Asmodee delays are they are happening as expected. Hopefully the players will be using the DP minus dice. We've got a bunch of them scattered next to the table. Oh, and the Etamon memory marker as well. Incredible. So we're going to see the Sukamon actually built up in the back here, and a full Etamon. I think we're just going to full climb into metal here. They are on black trainings, so you wouldn't have been able to go into the Etamon anyway, even at the reduced cost. So he's just going to eat the cost. Going to sec minus 4k, and I mean, you can't minus 4k at training. 3 out of presumably the 4 shown. And they're looking pretty good. I can also see why they asked about time extensions here, because Etamon is a deck that sometimes can slow the game down quite a bit. Obviously, they can just, they can kill you dead. Sometimes they just go so wide that you explode. And it looks like we're missing a rookie on the side of Ethan here, so we are going to see the... Oh, that's not even Magna Angemon Ace. That's the Sec Angemon. I think we're baiting an ace here. I can't lie. Chat, do y'all see the ace? Because I see the ace. Not in his hand, but I can see it in his mind. I'm going to go training into... Oh. Wait. The Etamon's yellow. Okay, yeah, we're running it back. We're running it back. It's fine. Just roll it back. Yeah, because it's an illegal play, so you just roll it back. Yeah, we're just gonna get a quick judge call just to see. Probably just gonna get a warning. It's not gonna be a game 1 loss. It'll just be a warning. Yeah. It is technically important. I mean, yeah, very important info. You now know that there is an ace for it. So yeah, we've had the judge called over, so they're just double checking to see what it is. They're going to be top decking it back, and then they have to. Yeah, so it sounds like it's just a warning. But yeah, now that we got that shaken off, now we're going to go trading into the King Etamon. Now, King Etamon is going to stop them from getting, what is it called? Bounced, bot decked, all that fun stuff. We do have, oh, we don't have protection on this stack, actually. That is very interesting. Let's try and swing over and, alright, we are going to swing over the rapid rather than the attempt to swing over the standing Angemon. It'd be like that sometimes, especially after getting like a judge warning. It's like one of those things that like rattles you for a bit, but it's fine. We're going to go into the Magna Angemon Ace, which I think we all saw coming. And then, so it's minus 6. Gets the load security, and then we get to minus 3k that, and then we get to float into the into a brand new Tumon suspended. Where do we go from here? We do have a King Sukamon, so maybe King Sukamon evolve for 0, draw. It's not necessarily just going to be 3 decks. I think that BT16 still has the realm to be quite wide. BT15 felt like it was going to be quite wide, and it's not. Ooh, doing the 3k and taunt on the Magna Angemon is... It's going to... Oh my gosh, it's going to turn skip. Start of main has to swing. Start of main has to swing. And now... introduced with BT13 at the counter timing. Blast Evo. Gonna get the suspension, which is gonna minus 4k it, but the minus 3 is put on the Magna Angemon, which means we're gonna get blocked. I think we get an on deletion here to load a vaccine. Wow, that turn skip went crazy. So we're up to 7 cards of security now. And then that is gonna be overflow 3, and the turn... all it cost was a judge warning. Like, I mean, a revealed gun on the table isn't any less surprising when you find out that you actually had a remote trigger. Fantastic use of the Edamon there. I'm loving this. It's actually something that we've seen the Omni-Zoo players have been kind of messing around with that tech as well, where you just use it to taunt something for, say, Blast Evo, before they can kind of like answer your 5s as easy. Some of those decks, yes, Magna X is going to be difficult. So if you want to play the jank decks, play them in the early weeks where people aren't going to have time to get their BT16 stuff. Also, not everyone's always going to be on your top end. Those are secret rares at the end of the day. So we are a crazy number of consistency pieces. I wonder if this is a modified version of the Infinity list that topped at Oceania. Because there's an Oceania regional that Infinity took to the OCE regional, and that had like bunch of training, bunch of boosts, that kind of thing. It's the EX4 Etamon. Also now whenever they attack, we're going to be seeing things like that. So that's why instead we're just going to go Emissary. And then can't recover, but we are going to get the minus 6. We're going to get the shuffle. Are they going to give it over to their opponent's shuffle? That is a question. Etamon. It's not EX6, EX5, sorry. I'm living in the future. If you taco your cards, you can use them as a receptacle for sauce, and then any card can taste as good as you want it to be. Birds are good. Also, Doragora actually has a very good matchup into armor if you know what you're doing. Yeah, there comes the Evo. And that is going to be enough. So we got the -6 and then a 7 from the Evo here is going to be enough. We're going to float into the Tumon once again. And then it's going to return the Platinum. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. We're going to swing at security for 2 checks here. Out we push. Yellow training, not that bad. Have we seen a rookie all game? They must all be in security. Ethan's obviously already looked into his security and knows what's in there. But yeah, not seeing a rookie feels kind of bad here. This is suspended, so now you could, if you wanted to... Oh, I would not have gone Platinum Sukamon there. I would have gone Platinum Sukamon over the Tumon. Because then the Tumon... Yeah, I would have gone Platinum Sukamon over the Tumon personally. Because then you guarantee the D-Digivolve, and then you go for the taunt. We're going to taunt the Seraphimon, which is going to force it to attack and start main phase. I think we're just playing for a turn skip again. Metaletamon costs... Yeah. 1 choke. Yeah, just asking the player if he can take a look at what it does. Just double checking to see what Etamons are in trash and stuff like that. But now we're going to be getting to redirect the swing into the Metal Etamon. And the Inherit as well is also going to... The Inherit is also going to get him to potentially spawn out a free body. So this is another turn skip. These aces are getting punished quite hard. Yellow Vaccine, not really known for having 5s that don't cost 4 to slam right now. Yeah, BT16 conversation is always fun. I'm a big fan of what's coming up in 16. I've played the Birds matchup. Birds can definitely catch you. It's a horrifyingly fast deck. It's really, really fast. So if you catch them before they see the Magna, then you kind of run away with the game. Duragoramon is definitely going to be wait till our favorite X-Antibody pilot comes through with the Gora list, and then you will see the light. This is a very unfortunate hit, I'm not gonna lie. Hitting the Platinum Sukamon off the float there is huge. And I guess this is why they went over the big stack, because they don't really care about it. They not only get the skip, but the fact they got the memory off the Agumon changing the attack target is pretty diabolical. Sukamon. Alright. Gonna swing in. We do have the protection Inherit. You've got a lot of security to clear. There's the first one. Second one. Alright, on deletion, check top 3. Ooh. I don't believe that Etamon trashes, so... Sukamon trashes even. Also, I realize I put up the wrong Etamon. That's Mabi. Oh no, we do get to trash. So now that it's in trash, get to float into the Tumon that reduces the cost. Never mind. Chose not to trash them. Instead, is using it to recur a Sukamon? Trash 1 card to get... What are we choosing to get back? Ooh, yo, the King. That was played during the last turn, so the King could threaten Sec +1 when it attacks next turn. Or you go for the 1 choke. Evolve at 2, you just get the 1 choke. I wouldn't hate that either. But I dislike. There goes Pillamon, nothing to do Digivolve, and then into the security Adamon. If you were going to swing that, I think I would have preferred to see the boost get cracked. Because then boost gets cracked, you go into... King Sukamon, and then the King Sukamon would have the protection thanks to the platinum. So you get to keep a sticky body on board. I'm not gonna lie, I think Rapid X is actually the sleeper bozo. Everyone in the West is so focused on Magnet X and Big Tall Tower, but I don't know. The ankle height buzzsaw that is Rapid X is gonna be putting work in the hands of the people that know how to play it. We finally see our first rookie in what, like turn 9. Trash a Venus to minus 6k. It's going to clear off the Sukamon, but the problem with this is it's just going to float into a Chumon again. Like, it's just going to float into a Chumon, and now you get to pitch one and bring back the platinum. So if this wait, is it Sukamon or Etamon? Because if it's Sukamon or Etamon, then that might have just been, you've welcomed another turn skip into your home. Sukamon, Etamon, return one Sukamon. Okay, so I can't return Etamon, thank goodness. So when this recovers for the first time, when it hits security for the first time, it will recover 1. Which is going to be very annoying. Obviously gain the memory from the Agumon pushing out at the start of main. So this is why I think you just climb, right? Go into the Sukamon here, crack the boost, go into King Sukamon. Yeah, we're counting, so 3 Sukamons in trash. Boost King Sukamon, turns Angelomon Ace into a white Digimon with it. Now, does this player have like cool Sukamon tokens? Do they have like 3 Sukamons? There it is. Oh yeah, let's go! Let's go, custom Sukamon tokens. Hand drawn. So now we're going to swing, and this will be 2 checks at security. Swing 1, swing 2. Angelomon Ace still gets to keep her effects though, but I don't know what the timing is on it. Alright, that'll be one that we go looking for. Because I believe she still keeps her effects, but I don't know if it's I don't. All turns when a card is removed from security stack if you have 3 or more. Yeah, so it misses timing by being at 4. No, because it would recover on the first check. I looked away and all of that security disappeared. Oh, it's because it has been picked up, right? It's been picked up from Patamon. That's what we're doing. Yeah, tokens being homemade is great. You can get, like, a lot of people do commissioned ones. You can find them, like, online and stuff like that. But there's something fun about making your own ones. Or, I guess, commissioning your own ones if you want, like, high-quality ones. It's always nice to support artists in the scene. Or use your hands. Create some art of your own. It's also funny. I guess it depends on the token. Like, Sukamon especially is just, like, a Digimon that leans into being incredibly scuffed. So I sometimes think the lower quality the Sukamon, the better. As long as you've got all of the important things. I'm sure that is. I'm sure that it's something that you make at home and you giggle to yourself the whole time. Yeah, I'm gonna see the training come down. She's gonna give us the Angemon. All of these guys are viruses, so I think, yeah, he's just going to delete himself straight away to Chaos Deg the Metaletamon. So I think we're playing for, like, board control here. The problem is, I'm not sure where we go from here. So, trash, last card of security, and then it should be recover, because we're at 3 or under. So that's going to be -6. That was so incorrect. Oh my gosh, he was fed the wrong info. That is not how DP- works. That is not how DP minus works. I mean, technically, yes, he could delete the Angelmon Ace in response. I mean, I guess it didn't matter. No, I mean, we should be at 2 security. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. This should be at 2 security. In fact, it would have mattered because you would have been able to guarantee that 2 bodies left. It's just that he would get to take one out on his own terms. So it's a legal play, it's a legal target, but I still think the King Sukamon was the better target. Especially because it can pop such a low cost anyway. Yeah. It pops 3 and then the cost it can pop goes up, so you don't even need that many cards to pop a 4 cost Ace Overflow. This matchup unironically feels pretty Sukamon favored until you get like scooped. Yeah, we're just gonna play for the turn skip. It's not even a turn skip, it's just gonna be playing to like really ruin their day. Gonna get the hatch and then start of main. You must declare an attack. Alright, load the Edamon to the top, and then... I thought it was loaded to the bottom, but it's... No, it is loaded to the top, because you can put the Sukamons in there. Then, yeah, we're going to redirect it into the Metaletamon, and we are going to take that, take all the memory. So not quite a full turn skip, but a whole lot of value. Shiny Patamon in the back. I'm just gonna slam down the Rapidmon. We've taken this game 1 the full distance. That's for sure. Missing that extra security is gonna matter a lot. I'm gonna get the block here. He swung in the right order, but a 1k Edamon is not making it back to him, but I guess it doesn't matter. He's gonna gain the memory from attack target being changed. Oh, but you're playing into an ace. The correct thing to do here is to swing. Yeah, I think the correct thing to do here is to... That will also solve the problem. The correct thing to do here... So he's -4, which will be an 8k. I think you still have to... You still have to go. Like, no matter what, like, this is... You're probably getting overflowed anyway. You're getting de-digivolved anyway. So we're instead gonna go... I would have preferred to see the Magna Angemon, but it is what it is. We're gonna trash that last card. So they're -6. And then recover the final check. Hits the Gato, but it's not gonna get trashed from security. And then we are gonna just swing the last check. No level 6 ace to be seen, and that is gonna be game 1. Heading over to Callum. A crisp 20-ish minute round. Yeah, Suka versus Vaccine. I guess if we'd seen rookies earlier, I think that would actually be a little bit more Vaccine favored, but with a slow start the Vaccine got, I think Sukamon played it pretty well. A good use of the turn skips, really punishing the fact that this deck has level 5s. If you can, Shades of Gora, if you can taunt them and force them to swing and then bully them for doing so, you can punish a lot of decks that have aces in them. Now, I wonder if we'll be seeing a quick shuffle. It doesn't look like we're going to see any piles out. They're just going to be trying to get into it as soon as they can. "22 minutes as we gonna see the keep here for Sukamon, and it seems like Yellow Vaccine gonna be keeping as well. So Yvac gonna be going first. Hopefully they have I mean, if they kept their opening hand, they have a rookie. Turn 1 Patamon, things you love to see. Do you have the TK to load it? We didn't see any tamers last time. It felt like he was playing like a really aggressive beatdown list. Or at least that was the intention, was to play beatdown. Monkey business. Wait, just open pass? Dag. Man, I hope for their sake that they see a level 4 in security, because if they just open passed to try and get a free level 4 instead of just taking the climb, that's gonna hurt a lot. Nice one choke. Yeah, they better have it. This is definitely a better have it type moment. Let's check security, and we're gonna go to the wide cam. There's a level 4. And then gonna get that recovery going. I saw a memory setter in there. Gonna gain back that memory off the TK, and we now have yamming at security. And we are going to Bomboclad check the first one, and the first one, there are not enough Sukamons in trash, so we will not be gaining a free King or Metal Etamon out of security. Nice to see that one nice and early rather than in the next one. And dropping the Cutemon here. Big fan of that. A floodgate that we don't see too often in the yellow vaccine. Well, in just floodgates in general. Yellow, whilst it is blessed with some pretty good ones, they don't really see too much value or like too much usage compared to their compatriots. Oh dag, we're getting a new Cutemon. I guess it's coming in one of the tournament packs. Yeah, that's the new art for a Cutemon that we're going to be getting soon. It's very cool. We have a very wobbly table. Let it be like that. And we still got 20 minutes on the round to go as far as the stream table is concerned. So they will have a little bit of extra time compared to the rest of the room. Although we've started to see people getting up. So some people are locking it in. It's saying official tournament pack event, so I'm assuming it's going to be the next OTP. Oh, did the player not recover? That is unfortunate. They're just blinding raid themselves. Unfortunate misplay there. You think down a game you'd definitely be making sure. I think they're just double checking to see what stuff is. This might be one of those ones where, but it's not recovery. They need to put a yellow vaccine. Well, I mean, they had them. Yeah, so they technically could have declined to do so. So that's on them. I don't know why you wouldn't load the yellow Gatomon that was in there. Y'all all saw that? Because I saw that. There was a Rapidmon, there was a when trash Gatomon. Like, you had options. He's just gonna chaos tag himself. It is a virus at the end of the day, and it's not being deleted. It is just getting cooked. They could have, yeah, they could have declined. They did gain the memory off the inherit, but. Yeah, technically, because the hand is private information, you could say, I didn't have a vaccine. Proceeds to evolve into a vaccine in the back anyway, but yeah. We're at 4 and 4. Technically nothing wrong. It's one of those couldn't be me type of plays, but it's technically, like, as far as the game state is concerned, there's nothing wrong with it. $17 minutes on the clock. This one doesn't have any suspension stuff, but you might get to go into it. They couldn't have declined because they moved the memory counter to gain. The memory count, the gaining memory is off of the inherit. So the inherits, oh. Yeah, because it's when a card is added to security, isn't it? Not when a card is trashed. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess that's one of those. It's not as obvious as a Mega Gargomon ace, so that's probably why we didn't get. Like, it's not one of those, oh, damn, I forgot. It'll be one of those, when he looks back at the VOD, he'll see it, and that Gatomon was right there. That's the one I thought was going to get loaded. He had vaccines. There was no reason to not go plus. Unfortunate. But at the end of the day, that's on you. You denied yourself pretty decent advantage. And that's why we VOD review. The opportunity to be on stream, as much as top players are so used to just hogging that table one camera. It's nice sometimes to get from some of the mid-tables early rounds, because players that are at the X1, the X2 realm may not get, especially the X1 at a tournament, may not get as much chance to do like some personal reflection if they're not recording their own games, like when they play webcam games or anything like that. Looks like we're gonna shoot the Gatomon. Gat that cat. And yep, out comes the effect. And hey, that's a lot of Edamons to disappear from that mill. Not ideal. And we are going to get the recover one with the Sukamon, load of Sukamon into the stack to get the redirect. Going to put us down to the... Oh! There's a Sukamon in stack. Wait. What is the timing on the security Sukamon? What is... It's on deletion when you repent. Why did we not purge? Why did we not purge? Chat, I'm hella confused. What are we doing? Well, when in doubt, slam it out. There goes... There goes 4 cost to kill an Agumon. And this is why VOD review is going to be very helpful for these players. But I think from round 4 onwards, we might start getting like the single digit tables again. Because that's where we're going to be getting those tighter games, especially now that it's when we're heading into round 4. Round 4 is going to be... You're going to start really actually having like the cream of the crop. You start watching some XOs that have, you know, slain 3 people. Or even your X1s that might have had like one bad round, but still in contention. Because since we're doing 7 rounds or undefeated... since we're doing 7 rounds or undefeated, there is potential, I think, for an X1 to make it through. This is a capped event. I think it's capped at 128, so with 7 rounds of Swiss. I think it's 127. I know we had at least 1 no-show because they were ill, but 7 rounds, trying to make top 8. X1, there'll be 1 XO and then 7 X1s. So it's potential. I looked away and a body got scooped. I'm assuming that was an Angemon that evolved out and smoked a Methaletamon. Yeah, that is why this matchup would be considered quite difficult, because you really do just roll a Methaletamon off a cliff. You load Angemon into a cannon and send him to the sky. And you trade a 4 for a 6. Not a bad trade. Especially because you do get the hatch. Obviously, if you see the rookie, then that's all good. If you don't see the rookie, then it's not so good. More insightful news from me at 10. So yeah, there's our Angemon. When attacking, you can delete this Digimon to either minus 5k something or Chaos Deg. Specifically a virus, which is everything. Alright, it looks like we're counting how many cards are there in trash. It's not like we're going to be seeing a Mercy mode from an empty board, so we're just going to see a Kudamon for 3. Do see a yellow tamer, as well as getting to take a yellow vaccine. So TK is mandatory. I'm gonna swing. There's gonna be the first one. Still a lot of work to do. I don't hate this. This is going to be an evolution for 1. And what's funny about it is it kind of threatens, like, oh man, yeah, if you turn into Angemon Ace, I am going to do some nonsense. TK isn't mandatory. But, I mean, I think they just wanted to try and get as much tempo as they could. Whoa! Wyvern's Breath. That's one way to clear it. Honestly, if you're Callum here, I'm not fully sure why we're super aggressing into security. You've now given up a lot of free recovery and the ability to stall out the game and just like build insurmountable tempo. But I mean, Wyvern's Breath out of security is it's pretty good. Second Platinum Sukamon. You don't hate that at all. Emissary. All right, do we have a level 4 in there? We do have a Rapidmon. We have 1 Tamer, so... Ah, that's pretty funny. So, Rapidmon is going to suspend the Platinum Sukamon and then delete... It's only delete what? Oh, no, it's suspend for each Tamer and then all of like 3 of the suspended gain -5. So then you only get the 1 Digital. I actually wouldn't hate if he just swung over it. Like, actually just swung straight into it. Crash and trade. Crash and trade. I think they have another level 4, but if they don't, then just, yeah, just crash and trade. Do it. Oh, we're going at security. So it's gonna die, and we're not even gonna look for the security effects. I mean, we have 3 Sukamons in trash, so it should be able to play you a Metal Edamon or King Edamon out of security, or out of hand. And it looks like either we're going to decline it or we don't have it. And for 4, recovery continues. Zero cost Evo in the back. Not going to be seeing any of that 2-color Tumon. How does Callum... Just building in the back. I mean, you have a very minor security lead. And by keeping the numbers small, you're making it so that the yellow vaccine player can only take 2 actions, really. So, Ethan, I mean, Emissary again. Hoping to see another level 4. Is that a Geogray? Oh my gosh, it's a Geogray. And I think we know there's a memory set of TK and security. So we're going to recover 1. And then we get a free TK out of that. And then TK is going to on-play... Oh, well, first we're going to get the recover 1 from the Geogray. And then TK going to pick up the security again. Pick up the security 3 times. And then we're going to get to take a yellow card out. So presumably you just take the ace here, right? Wowee, that was a tempo 10.5, huh, chat? That was one memory to get... That was one memory to get a 4-cost tamer. 4-cost tamer, and then the TK gives them back the 1. And they get the draw, and a level 4 out of that. That is, yeah. Those are some cards working as intended. Gonna have the Geogray swing in now at 5. It's gonna hit a Death X. Not fully sure what we're aiming for. I think maybe we're playing for the chip game here. You've just taken your free ace off, but we don't hate a Venusmon here because sec -1 to the King Sukamon means that it will not be able to proc its on deletes. Well, I mean, it won't be able to proc its on deletes in security because it will die. Alright. Edamon. I don't hate the taunt. I'm trying to swing through it. Are we going for a Mega Gargamon ace? Yeah, because we're no longer under sec blanket now. And then gets the block. Turn skip. Hey, weird. It feels like he's keeping the Etamon exactly for when, as soon as he sees an ace, he's like, oh, brilliant. Run me that 3 memory. There goes the Widen's Breath, so we're going to see overflow for overflow, stack for stack. They are currently going ban for ban, but with a round in the bank, it means if we do go to time on the round, and then time over time, the things will pan out here for Callum. Ethan does have to try and make his... like, he kind of just has to win this game, and he has to do it in the next 5 minutes. +5 overtime. So that would be time on the round for everyone else, but we're looking at a 5-minute extension, I believe, for stream table. So we're not on turn 0 just yet, I don't think. We'll get confirmation, though, about time over time. There's a lot of time is being spent thinking. And it's not like you have a lot of time left to use. Yep. You're gonna see the raise. You have to figure out something. I mean, yeah. Shoot it for 4, recover 1. Nothing to de-digivolve here. It's gonna gain the 1, gets to keep 10. But gets to float into any Tumon. None of them have more than 1 KDP, so the problem is the Kudamon's not going to be able to actually like swing over it. If it was like a Cutemon, at least you'd be able to swing over it for the trade. We're going to pitch the King Etamon to get the Platinum Suka back, basically making sure that the ace is going to be a threatenable target the whole time. Again, we're just running it into security. Not fully sure what the game plan is here. It's not going to be Slam 4 to kill a Tumon, is it? It is going to be Slam 4 to kill a Tumon. But, to be fair, when you hit the Gatomon off the top, that ain't bad. We don't hate that. Now you're not threatening lethal, but you're threatening... You're threatening something. That booster's been here for a while. And you can see he's thinking about it. I don't know. Do we just not have enough memory for the full climb? Because he has to do like an Edamon here into something. We've got to see Etamon and then some sort of like proper extension that's actually going to get some value out. Crack the boost. Go to 6. Gonna go in with the King Sukamon, King Sukamon turns the Gatomon into a white Digimon, so it no longer can blast Evo. Now we're going to get the 2 checks into security at 6k. First check, going to go into the platinum there. Oh yeah, card was removed from security, so we are going to gain 1. It still keeps its effects. And then we're going to hit into the TK off the recover. Is kind of unfortunate. But if we go into another Metaletamon here, Metaletamon to blow up the Angelwomon Ace is probably what I would get rid of, personally, because it just getting... Yeah, that works too. Minus 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 2 cost, and that is going to just pop the... Yeah, that's not bad. It's just going to pop the Gato, and then going to pop the Angelwomon Ace to get the Overflow 3. And then you have to extend somehow. You might... Are we going to drop a boost? We're going to drop a body? I think I prefer to see a body, personally. Because it's going to give you protection if you keep the body on. One minute left. 1 minute left on what is time. It's obviously time over time for the other ones. Did they have a... Yeah. Oh, so they're in overtime.
They're in overtime.
So they're not getting a time extension.
They did get this. Getting to the end of the time.
Oh, okay, cool. Sick. So they did get an extension, but they are still beholden to time over time rules. So turn 2 of time means this is the last turn that the yellow vaccine player has to play, and they have to find a way to magic 3 security plus a lethal swing out of thin air. If there was ever a time to see a random ass or Dynamon, now would be it. Draw 1, recover 1, minus 7. Yep, minus 7. Sec plus 1. Alright, we do hear time over time for everyone else, but I think we've got like a little bit more. I don't know how much the time extension was, but they did get a little extension. So now if we can see if Seraphimon is going to be the op stopper or whether we are kind of cooked here. Ethan's got a lot to think about and not a lot of time to think about it. Ruin mode to clear ain't bad. I don't hate that. We're going to get the Digivolve back down, which is going to keep the Seraphi back on board. If you had an extra turn, this would have been incredible. This would have been incredible if you had an extra turn, but it's just not meant to be. Alright, I mean, really, Callum can just end his turn here and let it go to a draw. Doesn't even really need to do that much. Just gonna play for 3. Heck, we can just swing at security as well if you want to. Like, this is turn. Gonna see the training find the Suka. And then some sort of swing. Not even gonna swing to try and bring it down to 3 memory. No, we're just gonna do what we do best. Evolve for 3. Slap down the Sukamon, and we are still playing the game. I thought this was turn 2. That was turn 2 initially of OT. So we're on something. So maybe he does get one last chance. Maybe the Sukamon was the play. We're going to see the Angelwomon Ace. Burn 1. Minus 6, the King Sukamon. And then game back 2 off the recover. Yeah, so that is going to be us taking it. So he was up 1-0, which means as we finish with a draw here, on time. It is going to be the cleanup from the looks of it. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. So yeah, that's going to be time on the round. And that's going to be the draw getting locked in. So we're going to head it back over to me. Hope you've enjoyed what was a very, very, very long game. But yeah, a pretty fun one all in all. Sometimes, like, obviously, you know, everyone's a little bit aggro-pilled, myself included. We love watching Digimon go sideways and hit each other. Or opponents. Always fun. Who doesn't love seeing an entire game plan just crumble in security? In fact, we made a whole game show about it. Real fun. We'll see. We'll see. I'm making no promises. I'm making no promises about a Lethal Living today. But Birmingham Regional. We might. Maybe we'll get to play it live. Maybe if you're in the convention, then yeah, you get to play it live. Yeah, there is a timer. It's 45 minutes plus 5 overtime. That one got a little bit of a time extension because they started late because we had to go source them from a different table. But yeah, we're getting ready to go into round 4 quite quickly. Hopefully we're picking up top tables now because we're technically now in the second half of the event, and I would like to see some good ass Digimon. We don't need no mid tables. We need some top tier Digimon. All right, pairings for round are gonna go up. That was that was game 2 of a best of 3. They played the first game. It took like 25 minutes to do their first game. I'm not gonna lie. Those were 2 control decks playing each other, and there was a whole lot of not hitting each other. Some other deck games are done in like 15 minutes, and I'm talking like best of 3 is done in 15 minutes. Need people fighting. All right, hopefully we're gonna be getting like actual top tables now. Oh, this is Luke as well. All right, I beg you, get the judge to put, I need a top table on here. I need table 1 at least 1 time. Yeah, but content. You didn't kill Harry for nothing. Saf, are you still XO? Alright. Yeah, he's still XO. Alright. Ooh, okay, so we have got some good players in the running. I'm seeing a lot of recognizable faces up on the top tables. And yeah, we do see it. Mr. K Beats stepping up to the plate. Oh, that is not even the right one. I've forgotten. It's this one. We're going into round 4. And we have some very familiar faces. If you're used to the UK Digimon scene, yeah, Marcio and Luke, yeah? Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was using his tag or not for it. All right, so on the left, using the judge map, we do have fellow Misplay for Game podcast host, my boy, K-Beats, Marcio, coming in on Armor Rush, and I'm seeing Goblimons, I'm seeing Purple Trainings, Luke Campbell on the right, a very, very well-known purple enthusiast, Digimon player, and funny enough, also a Kamen Rider enjoyer. Him and Marcio have traded Kamen Rider sleeves before at other events, so I mean, if there was a way to keep your undefeated run going, playing the homies that, you know, don't live with you is a great way to do it. Hopefully. Okay, we do have a lunch break at the end of this one until 1:20. So hopefully we got ourselves a quick one, and we got ourselves a good-ass lunch break as well. But yeah, Marcio going to be looking to kick it on stream.
Remember to use the dice, I beg you.
All right, yeah, round time is counting down, so I think we're going to be starting the round. I mean, yeah, the timer's counting, so I see the timer moving, I get players going. Alright, so we're gonna be seeing some sort of purple matchup here. And then Marcio gonna be on the multicolor armor. We made a couple of last minute changes to this list. It's been all over the place. So, looking forward to seeing. Yeah, remember to use the dice. Alright, so we do have confirmation. We are ready to rock. Okay, so I see a Gabumon. It's gonna be Levia. Levia is an interesting one. I mean, it's not even arguable. It just is the best purple deck right now. Yep. And now, any form of confusion about what we're playing has just disappeared. Ooh, Bukamon, top egg. And he's got the nice Vmons borrowed from, I'd say defending champ, but technically not defending champ, but, I guess ex-regional champ. Saf. Oh, the blinged out Vmons as well. Okay, we are shiny today. Normally min-ren, like relatively low rare player Marcia, but you know, he's abandoned his humble ways, grabbing the shiny stuff. And now, do we take the BT8 Magna or do we take the ST17? That is the question. Ooh, okay, so we're gonna go for BT8. BT8 gives you the unsuspends as well as the power. So we will get to see those power dice. Does have a Digimon on the board, so he's gonna gain 1 memory. And we're gonna see the Gabu X coming out, so no real surprise that we passed. Oh, and he sees the one of as well. It's the only card he can take, but ooh, that's a big hit. That. All right. So now where do we go from here? 4 memory is a lot for a lot of decks. We saw the Warrior Digimon, but we do need a bridge into the 4 of some kind. We're gonna get the draw because the card was pitched as well. Gabumon, when you reveal 2. It's reveal 4, you can add up to 2 cards that have X Antibody or Garurumon in their name. And next up we're going to go into the Raremon. So as much as we're talking about bling, Raremon is a card that certainly does break the bank for a lot of people, especially here in Europe, where the card ballooned in price. Alright. Gonna go into the Warrior Digimon now. The draw 2, trash 2 does put in work. And now we're probably, I mean, there's nothing in trash just yet. But the problem here... Ooh, Levia X put down. The problem here is it now means when Marcio does stuff, they're gonna be playing a whole lot. Are we gonna get any sort of deletion effect? Oh, using the Raremon to put it in the trash first, then use the when attacking of Warrior Digimon to bring it back out suspended. But he didn't have X antibody when attacking, so he is then gonna delete it. So we got the when attacking plays then all turns when effect plays it. So it's only going to get the memory steal 1 time, and then we're going to go for a training to pass over. Ooh, there goes the Biting Crush. But we're going to take the Goblimon. So the Goblimon, a really interesting tech here in this matchup because the Goblimon helps you get the DP boosts that help you stay ahead in terms of some really early aggression. The thing that is pretty big here... Oh no, because he's on Bukamon. If he was on the Xiaomon here, he'd be up to plus... He'd get +1, and then he'd be able to training go into Magna for 8k, so he'd actually be able to swing over the Warrior Digimon here. So I wonder what his option is to try and get the clear. Because There's a lot of potential value up for grabs. He needs to be on an armor that will stick, obviously, very important. We're going to go into the Lydra for 2. We're going to swing at security, does not have jamming, and it is going to hit the training. And then is texture the next one? Is that where we go? Because you can't go wide, because then you just get clapped by Levia. If you play something by effect, you're asking for trouble. He hasn't checked to see what's in trash. We're just going to play the Digimon raw. Is going to find... Okay, I guess he's taking an ST-17 Magna, whether he likes it or not. Heaven's Judgment does go. Maybe that's what we were looking for. Maybe it was looking for Heaven's Judgment with the green source. Because Heaven's Judgment, whilst it is a yellow card, if you have a green Digimon, then you're able to use it without meeting its color requirements. So Heaven's Judgment, I think, was what we were fishing for. There's also the chance that Megadeth was in, but I think that got cut from the list. Now, where does Luke go from here? He's got a lot of room to kind of just push this one out and get some pretty decent value. But is he actually going to be able to do anything with it? So, yeah, swing when attacking Ramon, and then... Wow, I hate this. The way this is set up is so clever. It's going to play out the Vmon. It's not going to matter because on plays are going to be deleted. Then we're going to use the Levia effects to put the Levia X evolves from trash for free. Because we are purple and we do not pay for evolving from trash anymore. That was a bygone era. Now we do that joint for free. As long as it has an X antibody in sources or is named Leviamon, it can go over. It can evolve over it. It does have natural sec +2, and then we're going to be swinging for piercing 3. Davis. This Davis, now you actually can activate its effect and get some value to try and play for board. Because, choosing not to. No blocker, it is just Fire Rocket on its own. This gets pretty rough. The problem as well with this matchup is that Levia X being in trash, Levia X being in trash is really hard to get rid of as an armor player. If he's not on Full Metal Blaze, he's not going to be able to permanently get rid of these crocodiles. They're just going to keep showing back up as soon as he plays something by effect. Which is why some armor players like myself have tacked on to Full Metal Blaze. And we're just going to go for another Ramon here, which kind of sets him up nicely. So it means if we do see the Heaven's Judgment, and it does clear Levia at 14k, it would have to spend all 3 of your sources to get the clear. And we're just going to try and go for the wide play here as he's going to try and swarm the board. Levia... No, we do have Awakening to go into a Magna X if we do find it. Okay, the Vmon in the back. Just double checking sources, so now I think he has to figure out what it is he actually wants here. He's taking a quick look in hand, so Zudo would answer, you'd probably be able to take out the piercing check and you'd be able to take out the Levia, or the Ramon probably, and then bounce something. We're going to swing at itself in order to get an armor in trash. We're going to go into BT, we're probably training BT8 Magna. Yeah. Training, reduce the cost of the next Evo by 2, force you to evolve in the process. Go into BT8 Magnamon, which is going to come in unsuspended. And that is going to gain +2, +4. Is he going to use the dice? He is not. Swing in again. And we're going to go into the third one. Oh! And now he's going to gain +6, so he's overall +10. 10, yeah. This should be plus 10. Yeah. It was Magna and Elijah, and there was Magna, Elijah, Magna, which now makes it plus 10, which now means he can swing over this, get the full clear. And now, does he have Heaven's Judgment to clear, or do you just go Zudo, bounce 1? The problem with the Zudo, yeah, I don't hate this. Okay, that is unfortunate. That would have been an actual way to stabilize. I don't hate this because the Magna, there it is. We're plus 4, plus... There should be 2 more plus 4s somewhere. Well, there should be 2 more plus 4s somewhere unless someone's nicked one. Alright, there's our plus 10. Really, really well played in that last 10. Obviously... Swing, swing, swing. Technically would finish the game, but I think it's pretty obvious what's being played for here. And I think that has to be respected. So I think we're more likely to see a attempt at building and climbing from there. Gonna go training to evolve for 0 into Doba X. Doba X draw 1 trash 1 with its when Digivolving. And then we are going to trash 1. So that's another Levia X in there. We're going to gain 1 memory off the... Oh, yeah, the Goblimon is when a card is trashed, gain 1 memory, not the DP one. There are other players that are on the other Gobly that does do the DP gain, I think to like play around Ruin or something. But that's not bad. Now, where does he go from here? That is the question. Training evolve for 1, so I think we're going into a 5. Gonna go into... Okay. Gonna go into the Cerberus X. I think he's gonna try and go for a kill turn next turn. The problem with this current play is that the Levia is going to attempt to pop the Magna, and then the Magna is going to Armor Purge, which will prevent him from gaining the memory back. So he can't go for a 1-choke here. And Marcio has to let it through, because if he turns into not the ace... If he turns into the ace, he dies. So yeah, he lets it through to kill it in response. And he's going to try and play for board here. Oh, shoot. Yeah, he had to... Yeah, that's rough. That's just really well played here from Luke, because he goes into that, it would bounce, it wouldn't bounce it, but the Levia would come out in response. So he was trying to play around the armor there. Actually really, really well played from Luke, so he's going to take game 1. In a pretty comfortable fashion. Levia is an interesting one. It's one that like armor can keep up with, but I think you might have to get out of the gate slightly faster. Like you saw, Marcio did a fantastic job in the mid-range there of trading Magnas to clear out the stack. And that was played without any Biting Crush. It was just that the first Levia stack did so well. And the Ramon being able to proc, like kill an empty board is really, really interesting. Magna X would be the better play, yes. But depends on the count of Magna X's you're in. And some control builds that are being taken to tournaments right now, they are playing a lot of Magna X's, but the problem with Magna X's, it does require you to full climb. So if you're trying to play low to the ground aggro, you kind of have to sacrifice spots. This list that Marcio is on, I'm pretty sure is very, very low to the ground. I want to say Magna X is either a 1 of or at max a 2. So he would have had to dig for it and find it earlier. And we never saw it get revealed off of anything, and it wasn't in hand. So he actually would have had to just like lock that in. But yeah, good stuff on Luke there to try and go for a kill turn where he had it. And he kind of forced Marcio's hand. It was like a catch-22. I guess technically, if he wanted to prevent lethal, going for the burst on the first, like going for the Blast Evo on the first check was the correct option. But then the Levia... Yeah, technically if he wanted to play that the smartest way, you would have to Blast Evo on the first one to bounce the second body. So that way the Levia doesn't have... Even though you get the overflow back, you might just have enough memory to just play a level 3 again. So yeah, it's actually played nigh on perfect. I'm going to choose to go for the Evolve into XV effect there. So not going to be playing out of Vmon, which is a little telegraphed, but it is what it is. We're going to see a training to open things up. And we're going to see one of the one-offs get picked up. And we're going to see the Gazimon in the back. So not quite missing a rookie. Does see the Goblimon straight after, which is a little unfortunate. I'm going to see training. Consistency is key. Yeah, Octomon here is not bad. Armor can go quite wide, but the fact that we didn't see a Vmon out of the gate does mean that we are going to get some value. Going to see that Yamming go through. Bombaclat in. Completely ignore the DP on that Leviamon. And then we're going to go into a BT8 Magna, which is going to unsuspend pass over 1. Training means we can theoretically climb from a 3 to a 5 here. Which, I don't know. I mean, if you have a Gobbly in the back, maybe you just promote it. Because then you're going to try and see if you can bait a ST17 Magna. But instead we're going to go into a 0-cost Dober X. Going to get that draw 1, trash 1. I don't really know how far we're going to try and push this. He's spent no memory and technically will get some. With no inherit, like without the Goblimon inherit, he's not going to actually be going memory positive on that. And we don't have any cards in trash yet, and it not being the rare mon means we're not going to get that nonsense that we saw before, where Warrior Siegramon was setting it up. So instead we're going to go for the Gobbly and then... Or the Wegarumon, Cerberus even. All these purple dogs that do be facilitating unsuspend effects. Gonna pitch off the Levia, so now we have a Levia and Levia X in trash. Alright. Purple memory boost. Finds 2 options. So the X antibody getting sacked away is kind of unfortunate, because now he has to work for it. And now if Marcia can find a way to clear this body, he's in the driver's seat. Hatch, start of main... Gain 1. There it is. Swing out security, draw 1 off the Wanya. Is going to hit a ruin mode and is going to purge down. Does not look like we had a fire rocket or anything like that. Do we have a rookie in the back? Ooh. Oh, if he went into Gold V. If he went into Gold V, it would have shrunk and stunned the Cerberus X, so he wouldn't have been able to attack with it next turn. But also taking out an inherit here, basically turning it into a vanilla, isn't bad, especially when you're going to drop the Zudo to get the strip and bounce. You have passed 3, so Levia could... You could, in theory... You could, in theory, crack boost, drop a Levia. Which would be pretty rough. But we're looking for the training there. Little fist bump from Marcia. We're going to see the Raremon and the Mem boost. And it looks like we're going to go for the Mem boost. Not going to try and commit any bodies to board. And we're just going to, yeah, spend the 3. Out comes the boost. Stop. And there goes the Biting Crusher. So kind of unfortunate there. But Dragomon's pretty good. Dragomon would be live. There is a level 4 in trash. So he's just giving him nothing. Alright. Gonna go for the Gabumon after a little bit of deliberation there. And 2 memory passed over gives him a decent amount. Again, early Davis giving us pretty decent tempo. Still no rookie in the back. Gonna swing, gonna get the draw. Finally, we see a Vmon get the hit. Protoform. That accelerates the clock a little bit. Because now you're afraid to pass turn. This Zudo is not ideal. There's no biting crush, so I don't know if you just try and go super wide here. I don't know if you can go like... I don't know if he has anything low enough. He's going to swing at security because if it overflows, it overflows. It was kind of always going to overflow, so it's better to lose the memory now on his turn rather than lose it on his opponent's turn. So I don't super hate that. I do hate that search. Very unfortunate. That is going to be the Davis and Uko, because realistically, I don't think we see a Davis come down with no Vmon to play out. We don't seen any of those draws. Or at least the one that we did get went into the back. We're going to see Protoform go into a 1-cost Evo rather than training. Oh, into the Garurumon X antibody. That's a 3-cost Evo, reducing the cost by 2. Going to the EX5. The EX5 criminal. I'm looking to see. So there it is. Gonna get the drop too. Okay, ready to try and see if they can push through. We're gonna get the crack one. And we will actually get the draws out here, so where do they go from here? Pitching off the Octomon that we saw earlier, and we are gonna get a level 3 played out. The Gizmon or Gizumon? Gizamon. This one always trips me up in terms of like what it's called. But it is actually part of just the Levia core. Not everyone is on it. Gizamon. Gezamon, I don't know. It's one of the two. We're only going to try and pop the lowest there when we go into the Levia, but we are going to purge down? Why did... I am so confused as to why we did not get that purge step. Oh, is it because it gets double targeted? Oh, yeah, because of the Davis. I think it gets double targeted even though because they're equal. That is annoying. Ooh. Ooh, that's a pretty looking token. And there goes the Levia X, kills the Davis. That's a lot of value. We're going to go for the full 5-check clear. Going to pop the Octomon. And we're going to get the unsuspend. And that's check 1. Check 2. Louis, but I don't think we're going to use that. And then... yeah, it's check 3 because it's sec... What are we checking in trash? Yeah, I'm not sure what we're checking in trash. We did get the Wear X on suspend. There comes the D-Digivolve. Although, last check is really unfortunate because it's still the maximum number of checks that it could have been. The Vmon getting popped, of course, stops you from getting stripped. No bounce. A swing 2. And we don't have anything to clear, but it does put him on better habit. Yeah, just back into another one. Kill the Louis. It's pretty difficult. I do not know what he does from here. Double checking how many cards he has in trash. So I think if he's pushing up, training go into BT8 Magna for 1 because the Tamer got deleted. It's gonna be +2, 4, 6, 8. That makes him 15k. 15k can swing to clear. It is 2-color, draw 1. And that's going to be the full clear. So it is Protoformix antibody. So it's going to... Oh my goodness. Marcio has to push him exactly lower than 3. I have no idea if he knows that. Yeah, this is an unreactable. This is an unreactable. Oh no. He passes him 3. He passes him 3. But he might just be playing around the Zudo. So we're going to take the Lydramon here. And now, here's the question. You go for the Gobbly Evolve in the back, and do you just see, like, you could potentially win the game here with a gamble, and you put him on Better Habit, or you evolve. He's checking cards in trash, so I think he's looking to see how many Zudos have been revealed, which right now is 2. But armor players are known to play quite a lot of them. So he's counting cards in trash. I'm assuming we're at 20. I'm assuming we're at 20 combined between the two of them. The fact that he's asking, he's got 3 memory, he's going to spend 3, and he's going to play Rush Gilmon, and Rush Gilmon, he is going to swing, and Rush Gilmon is going to end the game. We are going to close it out. Great gamble there from Luke to take game 2. And that is going to be a 2-0 here as Levia, it just does so much so fast, and he just was not able to keep up with it. Very, very close game there between the two of them. That's definitely the sort of Digimon that we like to see. The Security Magnamon did come up, but unfortunately, I feel like the Security Magnamon almost worked against him here because it... yeah, I think the Security Magnamon genuinely worked against him because it... yeah, it would have put him through, and with that sort of thing, if he was given just a little bit more, he would have actually been able to work with it. So, unfortunate. But that is Digimon. Sometimes you live and die in your own security. Marcio still has the chance to go on the X1 run. As a reminder, we are playing 7 rounds or until there's an undefeated. 7 rounds would leave us with exactly 1 undefeated. And then there will be 7 X1s in order to get yourself a serial Omni. If Luke goes on to clear it out, then that's some damn good resistances, and Marcio stays at the X1 bracket. But for the rest of the people on 16 minutes, they've got plenty of time until the lunch break, because we will be doing a lunch break until 1:20. So you've got like plenty of time until that. How much time do we have until 1:20? It's basically like 40 minutes. So what I'll do is I'll get that timer set up now for like 45, and we'll be back by then. We're going to probably throw it to a quick-ish, well, I say quick-ish, a long-ish break. So you too should also take a lunch break. Keep the stream open, so that way you can hear when we come back. We'll get some music playing in the meantime, so that way, you know, for those of you that just want to jukebox and just listen, vibe, whilst you're waiting for the tail end of the Salford Digimon Regional here at the Salford Community Centre in Manchester, then hopefully stick around and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Just make me awake. Oh, please tell me why must we waste this whole time? Don't look at me, where is your heart? Oh, please, I've always heard you. Believe what she said today. Remember how to come from the way.
All right, what's going on, Salford? We are finally back from the break. It is not just me on the cast though now. I'm joined by Jambo TCG. How's it going, boy?
Hello, gentlemen. My name's Jambo, a friend of his channel. I'm here to co-cast some amazing games of Digimon with my good friend Elixir.
Yeah, some average games of Digimon. You know, these guys, they've only won a couple of games. Anyone can win a couple of games.
The UK is an underrated region in Europe, in my opinion, for Digimon. We don't have a lot of big events like this, so when they do come around, it's a great time of the year.
Yeah. So we're getting into what is this, round 6 now?
This will be round 5.
Round 5, round 6. All right.
This will be round 5. Last time I checked, there was only about 12 undefeated, but that was at the end of round 4. So, just by process of elimination, there should be about 6 undefeateds at the moment. Potentially, what could happen this round is that round 6 could just be the last round, potentially.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like a lot of the fast decks are still in. I don't think there's too many like control lists that are going to be just kind of like, I don't know, doing what they do best and slowing the game down.
Well, so we see a lot of heavy hitters this format. Obviously, we see Mirage start to creep up with the format. We've seen a lot of Europeans start to just move back to old style Mirage lists where you just go for the straight OTK, which is what the deck obviously wants to do. But we've started to move away. I feel like this is similar to what happened in BT8. So we had the new cards come out. Players wanted to play the new cards, the new Pyodra and the new Master Day cards, and eventually people was like, oh wait, Blue Hybrid still just the best deck in the format. So they just went back to Blue Hybrid and started winning again.
All right, so first round is ready to.
Oh,
so
okay.
Hunters.
So we have Hunters from Jamie.
Shippy, Icy, Elijahmon.
Oh, so it is Mirage versus Hunters.
All right, I did not see Elijahmon. I don't know what I saw, but it's always fun. Hunters is like a list where you kind of expect one. There's always like one Hunters player that comes up and just like does what they need to do. Watchmaker is a fiend of a card. Like, it's at the end of the day.
Watchmaker is an absurd card. Eventually, when they start printing more save support later down the line, it will just become objectively better.
Yeah, because like at least the tamers are like specifically like hunter like tagged.
Oh, Damimon, your favorite card.
Summoning Circle, he always comes through, and when he doesn't, he gets you 3 cards closer to the card that you want.
It's a card free.
All right, I mean, let's just try it. I mean, I'll double check in a sec. That's what I heard. Yeah.
We'll check for 4. Hitting the Betamon. That's a great wall of advantage engine. Passing on the Euromano to end the turn. Shippy most likely to respond with some form of a Mirage line here. Yep, just making the BT11 Mirage, not getting anything interesting, not potentially hitting a check. That could give the Hunters player more advantage. He will gain 2 memory back because he has 8 in hand, and then he'll gain 2 back from his sources. So essentially now, Mirage has 7 in hand. So at the moment he is only a 12k 1 checker. Hitting into Gumdra. Easy little survive there, never dies. I honestly think the only thing that Mirage could actually die to in security
Quartz,
is exactly Quartz one, yeah.
I mean, Quartz first check wanted it more.
Oh, nice little double hit, adding both pieces that you need for the combo bottom. Milling the Zudamon. Apologies. Yeah. They randomly put that on their card for some reason.
Yeah, it was I always remember it because it came up in pre-release where we had forgotten that it did that, and my man Derek came through and decked me out when he absolutely should have gone super minus.
Ending on a blue memory boost. Now, Shippy is an incredibly good point at the moment. He just adds the BT11 Mac Galgamon to the hands.
I mean, those are 3 cards that you definitely don't want to see hit like the bottom of the deck so soon.
But like, like we said, that Shippy's position at the moment is it's incredible because obviously Hunters likes adding cards to its hand by effects with stuff like the BT12 Tai Taiki Kudo to draw a card at start of main. Essentially now, Jaden has to establish a 3rd color tamer. Okay. This is also a very good play.
Yeah, that's not
Thins
bad.
the hand, gets you the colors you need so that Superior Mode can always resolve no matter what the level.
And you can always just choose to do the Uamano first, so that way you get the memory if you need to resolve the draw. Obviously, going neg from hand in order to play around Mirage still makes things harder for you
this is such
in the long run.
Such a good bread and butter line. Going the BT13 Gargamon to play the BT13 Thomas, the Merry Set, and also a card. Also, just force your opponent to draw, turning on all your when added to hand effects.
All right, we're gonna get that plus 1k. As we're gonna be seeing a 13k Mirage swinging for 2 checks. Again, it will die to Quartz. But I mean, we could also just see the. I don't know whether. I think you're in a position where you could afford to be greedy, but I don't hate the burst.
He shouldn't have done that.
I don't hate it. You lose a lot of tempo.
He made the burst first. You meant to bounce the tamer first.
Ah, well. Alternate.
Whatever.
There's a judge.
Whatever.
There's a judge sitting right
against
next to them. I think intent is also quite important.
True.
So like, if you say burst Evo and you're not role playing, I think everyone knows you're not expecting that memory cost to disappear.
We'll go the BT11 Mac Gargamon, gaining blocker, and then plus
2.
Plus 2.
The joys of the DP markers. Thank you to Conquest Collectibles for supplying those. And we are going to swing through. It is going to live. No need for. I mean, would have lived even with burst there, but I mean, value is value. You're under a memory setter anyway, so anything you do here, just ending with a mem setter is technically memory efficient.
Essentially, Shippy could just end on a second Mirage as well, and then just essentially just walk out both Taiki Kudo effects to deny some more card advantage. Obviously, I think if you're Jane's position, you do not want to even add cards to your hand. If you already have the superior mode in hand, you just want to shotgun it and then just send it into his face.
And he's not having to digicross as well, so he doesn't have to use the Gumdramon, which could technically be a rogue agent.
Yeah.
Gonna double check the 8 cards in hand. And I'm pretty sure the egg sleeves are Team Sovereign, right?
I think.
So that's like Usman's team as well.
Yeah, big up Usman. He will tap 2 tamers to reduce the next Evo by 2. Probably going into the... Damn. Oh. Summon in circle.
Always, my man. He comes through.
Getting another Taiki.
Never does you wrong. He hasn't added any cards to your hand by effects.
It is potentially the worst one out of the 3, though, that you would want in this
situation. Right now, not great. Not great. But if he gets rid of the Mirage. Ooh.
Chawamon for 1 memory to Digivolve the Mirage, and now we can go off to the horses.
Yeah,
we can go off to the races, baby. We can do whatever we want.
You probably tuck the blocker, right? You tuck it under the Aero V. And then,
the second Watchmaker.
I mean, he can do it. Better now than ever.
That's so funny.
A pop here isn't terrible. If he has the superior mode, then we're probably going to see tuck under the Aero V and then swing over it.
Yeah.
Whereas if we don't, then I think we're just going to calculate how much DP he needs to get the pop.
Inherently, the only issue with this play is that you don't have any more sources you can use to tuck. So obviously the issue comes with that you are essentially just raw dogging a Shoutmon to, I think it can pop up to, what is it, plus 3k for every 2 sources?
Something like that,
Starts at 7. So you can pop up to a
13k?
No, I think you can pop up to like a 12k or something, I think.
Either way, clear of the plus 2. Alright.
Yep, we'll reset to its basic DP.
Oh yeah, with the double pencil.
Oh, okay, that's huge. And that allows him to convert into a more efficient Shoutmon line.
Yeah. So he's swinging at security.
Hitting the Goma, never punished.
Never punished indeed. No jamming on that. He just simply decided that he was going to play for max value. Obviously, if it died, he could save. But, like, you lose a lot from that. The problem is, though, they are level 5. So if there is another BT11 Mirage, whatever stack makes it back to him is not making it back to him. Like, they don't have material save anyway, but getting bounced still feels bad.
Yeah, essentially, Jaden is banking on the fact that the Shoutmon is going to live this turn time.
Oh, it kills both because you can spread the amount of DP.
Lord.
The minus DP actually puts the second body in range, so he can go for full clear here. Woo!
That is such a smart line.
So
that is
clean.
Such a smart line. Props a beautiful heads-up play by Jaden there.
I mean, that's why he's on top tables.
Currently undefeated.
Yeah.
Undefeated. Beautiful.
We're showing the top of... just like the top of the tables. I think, yeah, this is actually quite literally table 1.
now, if you're Shippy, how are you going to rebuild from this position?
I think you do just have to fully commit to like going for it. So we saw the Aero V earlier. It's a neat little tech. Now that they've lost access to a little bit more of that, like Melga sometimes was running it, but now that they lost the one of, but it's a good card. We'll definitely highlight the Omega.
Arguably though, if you're in Shippy's position, sure, the Shelmon has just wiped your entire board, but you're honestly not that bad a position. It will 2-check you. But obviously the issue is that Jaden can now utilize these Taiki Qs to get that draw advantage going neutral on card advantage due to having to pay one to get the effect. But just filtering those cards, getting more sources for your stuff is what you need essentially. It's the BT12 Shoutmon.
BT12. Yeah, there's 2 Omni Shoutmons. Cringe. It's not
Watchmaker. Swing in for 3 checks, because that's 4 sources. Dying on the second check to a Mirage. Having no ability to save. Now, Jaden could just go for lethal here, potentially. He goes hard player 2-drop, tap, make the rush guy, make superior. Oh, I think that's just the line he's going for.
What a strong game 1. Like, Omni Shoutmon is not usually like the level 5 that people talk about. It's probably the second best one, but the gap between first and second is so high.
Yeah, it's just insanely good removal in the mid game when you do not see those superiors, but obviously superior is just the best one. Yeah, and that should just be lethal if he has the superior mode.
Alright, we're seeing it go.
Yep.
4 costs.
Lovely.
There it is.
Game 1 will go to Jaden on Hunters.
Yeah, accidentally already had it in on this scene, but maybe I was just in the future. Maybe I already knew. That is game 1 locked in.
Well, they're not even at the table. This is recorded.
Really, really well done there. That and the Ikakimon was something that I think players were really slow to adapt back in BT12, but it's now become like a staple of a lot of
just generic DP minus built into your already aggressive combo deck is just insane.
Yeah, some might say DP minus necessary for the game. Some
might say that.
Yeah, some might say. Maybe some like washed comments.
Some YouTubers.
Yeah, you know.
Some YouTubers putting 9-minute videos about DP minus.
About your least favorite mechanic. Shout out to Digiburst.
Now, moving into game 2, if you're in Chippy's position, what do you need to do? What do you need to analyze? What have you analyzed from game 1 to push yourself to a game 2 victory and then eventually a game 3 victory?
I don't hate the early Mirage that we saw, but I think there was room to go searching earlier. Like the early Mirage turned off the Taikis, but before there were Taikis, I think we should have tried to establish body number 2. Now that Tuamon is like a known quantity, you have to accept that your Mirage will not stick around and you need the second one. So I think what we probably could have seen was a little bit more relaxed tempo on way push, because he wasn't going for lethal. He was kind of just going for chip damage to see what happened.
It was like a value Mirage line, just lock him off some of those tamer effects and some of those. Obviously, they all have one attacking draw card, right? So just lock them off some of those effects as well.
The other thing, though, is that the tamers, as much as they are reduce the cost of the Evo, it's for each one. And we did hit one in security, but like Jaden had to like thin his hands super fast and commit to tamers. So I understand why he like tried to lock it off. But I think trying to play your own game whilst the hand is small, because whilst he's going neg from hand and he's not getting these draws, is having to be very selective about how he filters.
I think just arguably just off the nature of Hunters being a deck where you just want to establish a load of tamers to establish value later in the board state to eventually push for superior OTK turns. It kind of is just objectively a bad matchup for Mirage. Because we've seen this with like hybrid matchups. A way to beat Mirage on like say like red hybrid is just play all your tamers out and then push for later lethals by making them waste those Mirage effects. Yeah,
the interesting thing about the tamers is obviously notoriously if you have a tamer and your deck needs a tamer, you lose to Hunters.
Yeah.
But Mirage gets to burst its tamer, and unlike Shine where it plays the tamer back, you're at least getting you at least have the option to not put your Thomas on board, so they can't just immediately superior mode it straight back into a stat you can't
going
use.
For an early check to abuse this early game as much as possible. Oh, He has missed the
Ooh, he
draw
has
by
missed
saving
it,
first.
Yeah. Good catch there from the judge. That is, like, BT12 was a while ago.
Choice, a very experienced judge within Europe. Nothing's going past him.
Except maybe double pile shuffle.
Okay, maybe, yeah.
maybe some double pile shuffle will get past him. But I like the Shoutmon here. Like, yeah, I mean, the draw sucks.
Fins
but...
to hand 3 cards as well, which is obviously insane within this matchup.
Yep.
And then eventually, if it just lives the turn, it can just check for another damage and then convert into 2 more save material.
I'll be curious to see what his lineup is for the Tamers, because we've seen 2 Watchmakers, we've seen 3 Taikis, we've seen 1 U.
Oh, and the Zudo Ace coming up.
Not bad. It'll be really funny if it just means he goes -2 from hand again.
Yep. I'll be like, yep, I have 1 card in my hand, and you cannot play the game.
Alright.
Go Taiki effect to draw cards.
Gonna get it whilst he can.
Tucking the BT12 Dracmon. That card is almost unusable in this matchup.
Yeah.
And he's just going to hand whoop himself for 2 again. Hand whoop himself for 3, establishing the memory setter. Now, Jaden can just out this Mirage if he does go through superior line due to having 3 different colours of 3 different colours of Tamers. If we could get a little hand size count from Jaden, that'd be very funny.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look and see. I mean, there's just 2. There's just 2 cards.
Yep. 2 cards.
Bro is not trying to pay taxes. April has come and gone.
HMRC are not on us. Now, if you're Shippy, you can play a bit of a slower game, I feel. Obviously, Jaden wanted to keep his hand to probably about 3 to 4 cards. Sure, you tax 1 memory, but I feel like taxing 1 memory to then lock off every other card effect in the deck is fine.
Alright, we are actually going to get the superior mode crashing in first. Is going to hit the Aero V, so that's another level 5 that has now been revealed.
Effect to save from grave.
Gonna go for the Ikaki. I like that. I mean, it came up massive in the last game, so no real surprise that it's
tapping the Taiki and the Tageru potentially. Just tapping the Taiki to reduce it by 1. Going into Damimon, summoning circle, summoning circle, summoning circle.
Off the top, always.
Oh, hitting the Tageru.
Never does anything wrong. I mean,
obviously it doesn't contribute to more colours for the superior mode effect, but just establishing another Tamer you can tap to reduce his erosion costs.
Yeah, which was the key factor in the last one. Now that there is a Zudomon, and also the thing is, I feel like he doesn't want to superior yet. I think because of how the overflow rules changed, where overflow you don't overflow if you get tucked under a Tamer or another Digimon. He needs the Mirage to go over it, so the source will get trashed once it gets tucked.
Yeah.
That said, though, we are going to go into a 5, so we might just be popping it.
Going for the Shoutmon line, I do like this. Essentially, just does become a +3 memory. Since you are, it would be a +2 memory essentially.
Yeah.
Because you are paying the 1 and then overflowing 3.
Okay, no, we
just
are.
made to superior mode.
I mean,
oh, okay, I like this line. So he taps on Watchmate to give it 2 checks, end turn another check to put 1 0.
Oh, he didn't tap it. Oh, he's just going for the 1 check. I mean, he doesn't need the 2.
Yeah, it makes sense. He doesn't have. It's only 12k at the moment, so there's potentially a line where it can die.
Yeah, so I guess if you just build next to it, then. Oh, he's still just going for the 1 check.
Yeah, I do like this. It's a bit more of a slower of a line. You don't randomly just check a Mirage and just lose the game.
Yeah.
Because you put them to 1 too much memory. But at the same time, depending on what Shippy's hand is, he could just make a full Mirage stack here and then just bounce a superior back down.
Yeah, it's a 5. Like, it's going, so, like, IMO, you put him on better habit. I guess the idea is that you don't... I mean, you don't even have an egg here. If you had an egg, then maybe you could just be like, okay, I got it.
Also, arguably, if he has the BT11 Mac, depending on how... Actually, no mind. That point does not make sense.
Alright, yeah, so that's the 1-of, right?
Yeah, it's the 1-of. To bounce a 4, and then if it's very funny that this guy's Inherit doesn't actually do anything in this matchup.
Oh yeah, very true.
I think he just has to make the Mirage here. And he will make the Mirage bouncing the superior mode.
Alright.
He has 4 cards in hand, he will gain 1 memory, putting him to 3 because of the Tagadoo.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate he wasn't able to get it fully back.
Jaden. There is a line Jaden just has lethal here.
Yeah.
He goes any 2-drop Digicross, tap, hunt, rush, check him. and then the superior for game. So it is a 3-card combo.
I mean, we know he has the superior because it
Yeah.
was just put back into hand.
Oh, 2-chop Gundramon. Digicrossing the Dame.
The problem, and he can choose. It's by placing it, so he can just choose to not draw one. He has the source.
Tapping Tagadu.
Yeah.
0 cost. Gumdra. Oh no, this is very bad. I don't think you ever Digicross the Gumdra here. Oh, actually no, I kind of like this one because he can go for. He can do superior mode.
Yeah, just superior mode. Get rid of it. You're giving up the damage, but it seems like Jaden's playing for just like the.
He's just playing. To guarantee to win the game.
Yeah,
which is what you want to do in a regional.
Yeah.
You don't want to go for like a flashy. I can kill you this turn line. You just want to guarantee it.
All right, there it is. It's a Thomas and 2 memory, and I think even the wildest dreams couldn't help him. The only line you could say is that we went really negative to do that. There's nothing in raising, so full moon meteor impact here does clear board.
Well, I feel like that is the only out.
That is literally it. Even because with no cards in hand, or very few cards in hand, we're not gonna get full metal blaze. So if they're on that, it wouldn't work. So this is here where,
and that will be it.
Yeah.
Jaden taking the Mirage matchup 2-0. A lovely display of the deck.
Yeah, fantastic
Absolute
work.
masterful piloting into this matchup. Just being able to handle whip himself for free on every Digicross is insane.
Yeah. And the Damemon and Shoutmon playing the Digimon straight to the field rather than going to hand first, then you may play, really helps play around the Mirage stuff. Security was just a nothing burger. It was just, if you never get to actually swing, then it'd be like that.
Well,
That was
an insane. Arguably, that was a stomp.
Yeah.
That was Jaden knowing this matchup. I feel like he's obviously practiced this matchup quite a lot because he just knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool if we could get a little interview. We do have a little interview cam that we have set up. So you can always double check and see if he's down. But yeah, it's no real surprise that we've seen that he's practiced in that matchup. It's one that, especially coming into an EU regional, you definitely have to be ready for. So, I mean, played masterfully, especially that game one. That game one was gorgeous.
That was...
Unfortunate for Shippy, that's where his run... His run is not going to end.
His run
he's
he can still get a top 8. So obviously, a Serial Limon is an insanely good prize card to get at the moment.
Yeah, and the thing you're thinking this late in the game is if you lose here, but still clutch up and keep it going, your opponent probably is going to keep it going, and your resistances should be good.
It would be very funny if Hunters does win a European regional.
That would be crazy. But
it'd be like a Henny Heed 2.0 situation.
Yeah, just like we've all been telling you, Hunters isn't bad. It doesn't change because it doesn't have to. It is just the deck. What I'll do is...
Do we want to get a winner's interview going?
Yeah, let's see if we can get a winner's interview. I'll go and see, because we do, again, provided by the Conquest Gang, we do actually have the microphone, so I'll just double check. So we can maybe go do a lab one. I'll leave it with... Oh, actually, do you want...
I can be a little entertainment. I can talk about the current state of the metagame and moving forward if you want.
Alright. These are both green. I'll hand you this one, and then I'll hand you both of them. And I'll get it over there in a sec. Yeah, you go head over there.
Well, I'm going.
Yeah, go do a cheeky little interview. I'll vision mix from here.
Gonna work.
Nah. You. The cam, it's the one that's over there. All right. Let me. Hey.
Can you hear me? Alright, Jaden. Love it. That was an absolutely superb matchup.
Oh, thank you very much.
Arguably, I just want to ask, how much have you tested the Mirage matchup?
Mirage matchup. Actually, a lot of times local. Shout out to Otavio. He essentially destroys you on the deck.
Yep.
Just like sees a line, OTK, puts back the arresters. It's a wash. But going to the day, I was like, hopefully I don't play against Mirage, but he's been very good so far.
Yeah.
So I got no complaints about that.
I just want to, when we were watching the matchup, obviously every Digicrosser of 4 just hand whoops you, essentially with the Shaman King version. You just get the hand whoop for free.
Oh, yeah.
For 3 cards out of your hand into the Mirage matchup, which is insane. How does that like affect the matchup?
Oh yeah, it's like my actual turn 1 start would be Rookie, Shaman King, Digicross, tear that out. Because that would be, he pops up 2 cards, but then I'm just like, that's 2 swings, that's potential more draws for next turn. Against Raj, having no cards in hand, it's value for no reason, basically.
It's very good.
It's just, they get no games, they go, I'm under 8, I'm under 8 most of the game. I'm on like 7 Evans, basically.
Now, you're undefeated. Going into round 6, potentially the 6th round could be the last.
Oh my
depending
God,
on how
no.
draws and other wins work out. How would you feel if you'd won the Salford regional today?
The Digi Manchester. Yeah, it's like it'd be incredible. I've been playing like cross heart, like stripe strategies, same strategies
Yep.
since BB10. Loving it, love series. I've been playing it, enjoyed it. Went regional last year with the same deck, even same list even. And I just like went I topped that regional, so and it's good to get the redemption on the live stream as well, because I lost on a live stream last time. It's very nice to go on live stream and just turn the table. So it'll be incredible. My best tour performance easily.
Moving into the next round, what do you feel would be your best matchup?
Best matchup, if Aimers go by, blue is going in my favour, just like having had a win against blue today. Best matchup, anything that sets up my self-tamers, so sets up kind of pseudo towers.
Yep.
Because there's very few things that can't stop, arrest her, tuck under another thing. And obviously, if I play a tamer, that means I always have a target board. Anything that can afford to play single stack, like no tamers, is unbearable for me. So anything that requires tamers, that I would love to go against.
Obviously, we've seen this format develop. We've had obviously new card syndrome at the start of the format. We're playing Nume, well, a lot of Nume. Still is a lot of Nume in this room.
Oh yeah.
A lot of new Avaya. In your opinion, what is Hunter's worst matchup? Because obviously you've shown masterful elegance on piloting this deck. In your opinion, what is Hunter's worst matchup?
Hunter's worst matchup, in my opinion, is either Black War, they see the entire line, Hades Force. I might as well scoop up there, they trigger Hades Force once. But Hunter's worst matchup is anything that can OTK quicker. Red Hybrid has been a no-loser matchup. It's just they can go 1 check, 2 checks before I'm even set up for a Reshter. When I'm set up for Reshter, the board is either half dead from swinging or they just have it all. So I say Red Hybrid just because anything that swings faster, it just means I run no defense. So if anything that has better offense, just helps me.
Very good, very good. All right, lovely. Great to speak to you. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll send it back to Elixir. Back to Elixir. Lovely. Cheers, mate.
Cheers,
Let's get that.
I'm trash. I'm back. Very nice. Very well handled. All right. So yeah, we still got some time. How was it doing your first interview?
Good, good.
Yeah.
The guy knows what he's doing on Hunters. He is essentially just playing a BT12 deck.
Still X1?
This set is incredibly funny.
Excellent. So, fanboy update. You got to mark an interview zone. Yeah.
We're gonna put some white tape though.
Yeah. Fruit pastel. Appreciate it. The labs just came through.
Oh, they work.
Yeah. Fantastic. I may have forgotten to turn them down. So the first thing was right, and I was just like, whoop, whoops. But
No, I'm okay. Beep, 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 beep. Little update. The next round, there will be 2 undefeateds.
ooh, final round potentially.
So, depending on what table 2 is, which I know 100% one of the table 2 players is on Leviathan.
Okay.
I do not know what the other guy is.
Armor. We've seen both of these
Armor. So it could potentially be a Hunter's Armor final or Hunter's Leviathan final.
Yeah, what's crazy is the player that's on the left, he was round 1, table 18, just randomly plucked out of thin air. It's like table 18
That's
armor
amazing.
player. And then obviously we saw Luke face off against friend of the show, Marcio.
Yep.
And that was a pretty convincing 2-0. But I mean, there was a lot of fanboy people coming into this one that were X1 like we went into it. We just had Marcio beat Just the Game's Bonsai.
Yep.
In a either 2-1 or 2-0. We've got Peter from the Bolton store that's currently facing off. I mean,
Wait,
we've
I'm
seen.
not looking at the camera. What am I doing?
Yeah. To be fair, he's checking the scores, which is
I'm
more.
checking the scores. I'm checking the scores.
As someone that actually
guess
entered.
who made the other undefeated lose?
Go on.
That dude.
Ah, big ups Johnny Lowe ruining someone else's run. Wait, so
Johnny's 4 wins, 0 losses, 1 draw.
Yeah. Bro actually he's like, nah.
But he cannot be in finals.
He can't be in finals. But what he's done by having a draw is he's taken a potential extra round out of the game.
Yeah.
To secure his
Go
serial
over an hour
Omni.
earlier.
Big ups Johnny Lowe. Always coming through.
We love him. We love him.
If there's no convention for him to drop and go play at, he will come through.
It was buy his ball games.
Honestly, it was the vibes were a little bit 50-50. One of the first things he said as we were walking in was, what if I just, does anyone want to play Slay the Spire? I'm like, Johnny, no, you need to lock in and get your Omni.
That's crazy.
Do not convince people to
my
play a board
God.
game with you so you can
Bro,
drop.
he's bored of this format. What is he? He's on quant control. Is that what he's on?
Yeah, he was like, Bloom
God
just
bless that
dies.
man.
I'm just going to give myself protection.
God
and he
bless
just
that man.
scoops them.
Oh, right. We essentially are just waiting for the results of table 2 at the moment.
Johnny is a board game player forced to play card games.
Yeah.
To find people to play board games
From the
with.
position I'm standing in, I can see table 2. Luke Campbell is pointing to turn around. He's rocked in.
I mean, he beat an armor player to get to this position.
Yeah.
So
he's testing the waters. He's flexing his knowledge in the matchup right now.
yeah, I have no idea where the other Smeaton went because we technically had a team kill as far as stores
Some
are
other
concerned.
table results.
Go on.
Table 6 has Man in Blue has taken down Lamex Delta. Table 7, Boyce Metabe has taken down Lewis Gardner.
Oh, big up Blaze.
Russell
Preston
Moore
Massive.
has taken down Adam Smeaton.
Ah, so there's that team kill. So that
Cat
means
Laughlin has taken down Froggy McFrog. Saf has taken down the Snow Runner.
big up Saf.
Mini Kill has taken down Rate Input, which is also another like.
Oh, we had
local
another
kill.
team kill. No.
K Beeps has taken down Bonsai Beards. Iona Rose has taken down the War Med on table 18.
Hey, big up
17, sorry.
Iona.
And then obviously it goes to the 3-1-1 brackets. So I think it's out of top 8 contention.
Yeah, so because it's one undefeated at 7 rounds, 1 undefeated, and then you would have 7 X1s. So X1 bracket now you are fighting for your life just to stay in. And that's why the team kills hurt. Like, team kills hurt anyway, but sometimes it's like, well, you guarantee a top. But because top 8 and top 16 are really not built the same anymore. Before it was like, who cares? Top 8 and top 16, they're the same thing. Now with the serial Omnis, it's up there.
Arguably, they need to put more top 16 prizing in, especially for Europe, because we do not play for invites.
That is true. Like, you can just buy a plane ticket and a venue ticket, and you can just rock up to Euros.
Yeah, walk up to like some random warehouse in Bremen.
Yeah.
Play some Digimon.
Bremen, the
Go to
Netherlands.
Worlds.
One day we'll get Euros in the not European Union country. Pepe hands. But yeah, this has been a super fun event. I think the games have really been
This is an insanely good event. This has been a very good showcase of UK talent with just in the country.
Yeah.
Especially because, in my opinion, this event is like a taster for what Birmingham is going to be.
And it'll be a better format as well.
Because we have this now where we're at the tail end of the format. I think people are getting sick of these cards. They're getting sick of Nume. Obviously, I think it's why people started playing Mirage again, because it's a very much a comfort blue deck that people know what they're doing on. So obviously now we've got to the end of the format. We just want to get the new cards. Obviously, pre-release is next week. Evo Cup season was meant to start this week for England. It got delayed a week, unfortunately.
I don't know is it delayed for all of Europe or is it just England?
It's only delayed for England.
Classy.
Yeah.
Classy.
But yeah, moving into Birmingham, hopefully 16 will be legal, and then that'll be the first event of the new format. The first official event of the new format. Europe will get to define the metagame.
Yeah.
Moving forward. But, well, define the early metagame.
Yeah, like obviously Japan still gets their results and stuff like that, but this technically, like last Games Expo, we had the BT13 event, which was obviously very important, but then we had the eBay-sponsored BT14 Blitz, or whatever it was called.
Shout out eBay.
And that was also another indicator of what the meta was going to be. Mirage was understandably cracked.
Yeah.
Shout out to Shinikari, who got 4th there.
Saf won with Luger.
Yeah, Saf on
I
Luger.
feel like Saf, it's like a perfect storm for Saf. Barely anyone knew the Luger matchup because of how explosive it was. Also, the Saf being a good pilot of most decks. You know, it was a perfect storm for him. He won the event.
Yeah, I mean, Birmingham are actually technically getting the run back because when we went to Birmingham
Yeah.
2 regionals ago,
Yeah.
Saf, Manchester came through, clapped up. Top 8 of the next regional was, I mean, top 16 was 3 fanboy players.
Yep.
Manchester coming through again. It was ultimately won by someone from the London store.
Yep.
It was Kai coming through from the London store. But now we come to Manchester. It's so hard to defend your own turf. That is like what is like. We came here to defend the home ground, and it's 2 Birmingham players undefeated, meaning that Birmingham will get
Brum, brum.
that first place, and they will get that juicy champions map. It's Machine Dramon though, so like L plus ratio, I guess.
If you're a Machine Dramon fan, fair play to you, but
Probably X2 right now.
yeah. Obviously as well, the 3v3 Griffin Games.
Yep. That is coming up.
People are saying it's still gonna be 16.
Yeah.
Very funny.
That one, I'm looking forward to seeing that one. I mean, we're not going to be able to get coverage of that because
Yeah.
how the heck do you record 3 tables at once?
They can just record, like, do it like Yu-Gi-Oh.
How did they do it in Yu-Gi-Oh?
They just record one of the guys.
Fair enough.
They just record one of the guys, and like halfway through the other games, they're just like, oh yeah, by the way, this guy's doing this.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'll just be like, pick the sickest matchup on the table and record that.
I think there's something special about going to a hotel and slumming it out the night before. It gives you like the power up. It's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, we're here to cook. We paid so much gas
You
or
force yourself
train
to
money.
lock in because of the money you've spent.
Yeah, it was like you got your ticket or whatever, and then you paid £95 for a like 3-stop train, and you're like, why did this cost so much? It was already going to Manchester. Why didn't they just let me on? Yeah, I mean, I've said many things about trains during Digimon content. Sometimes because I was, game shows, they bring the best out of people.
The UK train system,
It's
I don't
not
think I
great.
need to say it, is a shambles.
It's a Ponzi scheme. I'm glad that everyone
It
like
is
managed to make
fake.
it. Like almost as fake as most of the decks in BT15. Like dead ass. It's like the fact that Shine can just still roll up and just be like, yeah, your deck isn't real.
Yeah, I'm just
Aye.
gonna randomly kill your entire board and then trash your entire security.
You're like,
And then just like kill you.
we're getting cooked by BT13 decks that have trainings. And then Hunters from BT12, which has seen 2 new cards since it came out, of which I don't think Jaden was even using either
Yeah,
of
I
them.
don't think it was.
He was like, yeah, why play tech cards when I can just kill you?
I mean, I feel like that's what the past like 3 formats have been.
Yeah.
They've been extremely good BT13 and BT14 decks, just with trainings in them.
And then you've got some like decks that thought they were in BT9, like Fenry is like a fake BT9 deck.
Yeah.
Levia can kind of be like a BT9-ish deck, but there's like some through lines that are different. But yeah, I mean, Hunters, they gave you a toolbox where like Minecraft style, everything's diamond. There's no like wooden tools in Hunters. Everything is just straight
Everything's
fire.
like the top end of like what the cost to like effect ratio is.
Yeah. Some decks they're like, oh man, I evolve for 4, pop like a 6k and
Maybe.
blitz. And then like superior mode is like, okay, put that under there, tuck this, draw 9, 15 checks jamming. Also
15 checks jamming.
do it again at end of turn, like, yeah, that was a good use of 4 memory. Actually it cost me 2, I had a coupon. It's like, what? What are we doing?
I built it myself. They got a piece of paper, wrote -2, show it to your opponent.
Yeah, just like sign the match slip, please. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff from all the players that have made it this far. We still got around about 7 minutes as we get ready
Yeah.
for the next round. So
We are essentially just waiting on the round to finish, and then obviously to see the result of table 2.
Yeah, so we'll probably head to a short break just to give us some time as we get ready for the next one. If you've been enjoying the stream, like, make sure to, of course, hit the follow on Organized Play Events. If you're over on YouTube, or even if you're not over YouTube, come over to the YouTube, subscribe, KNT Elixir. You can see it here. Like, we're running it on both of them, so if you want the YouTube stream, you can scrub back in the YouTube stream to watch some of the matches that you've missed. Make sure to come do that. And if you can support Organized Play Events in any way, if you have Twitch Prime, it's totally free over on Twitch, and not the same for YouTube members. But hey, if you like me and you want to see more content, all of the VODs will be uploaded to the YouTube, so that's where to do it. And if also you've been enjoying me and Jambo casting, make sure to drop Jambo the follow on like the YouTube. He's up and coming, starting to post some more gameplay. Looking forward to hearing him on some comms, bro.
I will be getting some like little vlog style / gameplay content for when the EVA Cup start up.
Yeah.
Also
kind of local TO as well. Like, you basically TO your store.
Yeah, I basically am the reason Preston has players.
I mean, some of them are doing well. I mean,
bro, they've all got home.
What,
we
like,
have one Preston player. We have one Preston player in his place, Metody, and that is it.
yeah. I mean, he's doing well. You dropped for content.
Yeah, I dropped for content.
Speaking of drop for content, are you still playing? Hell yeah.
Lovely.
I'm X2 stuff.
We will
X2,
go
W.
to a short little break, and we will be right back with potentially
The
last
final round. Alrighty then, gang. There's 3 of us now.
Oh,
because we're in the final round, so we wanted to close it out. It's like a little mini Misplay for Game podcast. Guest Jambo coming in, and then, me and Tom holding it down as we always do.
Makes up for not going live on Saturday.
Yeah, true. All right,
This
we're
is
good.
the
So
Misplay for Game.
we are going to be putting that timer on, and we are going to be going into our final round, as we will not be having Shippy versus Jaden. Instead, we do have Jaden coming in on the left off of the Hunters match that we did see earlier, and then Luke returning to the stream. So
With his Leviathan X
Yeah.
strategy.
I'm excited.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how these like sort of varied ages of like what constituted Purple's most efficient removal have kind of come back here to the end of BT15. Is tucking with superior mode better than an infinite number of deletes on Levia? We're gonna find out. I think it'll be interesting. I am under the impression that this is kind of one way. Yamato JPEG.
Yeah. All right, we're getting. I have no idea. It was sideways, bro. I couldn't tell. It's tail end of the day. The tech issues. You always get tech issues at the start and at the end.
Yeah. So,
It makes for a better clip later.
so my general take of this matchup, superior mode is only a beat stick. It
Sure.
will do nothing else in this matchup. It will punch face,
Yep.
and it will maybe resolve its second effect.
The thing I think is really interesting here is that a Hunters player hypothetically poses minimal risk to their early game trash building by just saving every level 4 and 3 Digimon.
Yeah.
So you can kind of play around Dragomon in a couple ways, but Alevia X it does what it does. We'll have to figure out how these guys approach this matchup. I don't think you make it to unbeaten on Hunters in May 2024 if you don't know what's going on. We'd have to kind of play it out.
Obviously, we saw with the interview that My Beautiful Face just did with Jaden. He's been testing this matchup for a while. He's been grinding this. He's been playing these type of decks ever since BT12 has dropped. So obviously he has a lot of experience on this type of matchup.
And experience looking like it's also coming in second with an excellent opener here for Jaden. If you are going to try and play a tempo game where you're trying to find your pieces and outpace a Leviamon match here, I think that is just about as good as you could have wanted. Obviously, the filter would have been nice. I'm sure Taikis go a long way in this one. But, again, everything to save pieces from going to the discard pile at all costs will keep him moving safer throughout this match.
Jaden will establish the King version of Shoutmon to play out the Taiki. Now, obviously, you want to establish your tamers for advantage. That's how Hunters establishes his advantage engine. But into this matchup of Levia, your tamer's always a lot of value, I feel.
Ooh, X antibody out of security is not the sort of hit that you want.
He will just play a Watchmaker. He'll look like he passed turn. He'll play a Watchmaker, looking at the top 3, grabbing any of those
Why did
little,
that pass him 3? Shouldn't have
little
passed.
Digimon with save in their text, grabbing the summoning circle Damimon.
Am I stupid? Why did that pass 3?
No, he just passed and then
Open
played it
passed
for
from
3.
here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just made it look like he passed.
Okay.
A smooth movement from a player, very efficient on their actions and their timing.
Oh, the Pro form coming out potentially could be inspired by the Take variant of Levia.
Absolutely. The list that will not translate over here as we sort of expected it to. The Worlds run famously, we heard all about all the players at Worlds, just very excited to be playing Cerberus X, Unsuspend Leviamon, but this is a pretty compelling opening here in terms of like accelerating your engine and finding your pieces. I think it's interesting to see from this perspective that as of right now, both players are still able to protect their resources sufficiently so that there are still no 3s and 4s in the drop. And the Hunters players still kind of hanging in there. They get a lot more time if they can continue to material save and save.
I will say though, Luke is in a very bad position. Obviously, we've seen Levi players do this. They take slower turns, set up the trading, set up the boosts. But he has just gone Bite and Crush on a King version.
Yep, a one check, almost 7k beat stick.
Yeah.
Not really the exciting trade game Levy wants to take with these
Bite and
matchups.
Crush losing a lot of its core value in this matchup, especially since a lot of the time you're just hard playing it to give it rush, or you're just raising out of breeding to establish those attackers.
A pretty fantastic search off the Clockmon there too. That was, I believe, Superior Mode and Quartzmon.
That is
Yeah.
huge tempo there. The amount of search, plus, we were already seeing 4 cross-ups or 3 cross-up sources there, I believe. I get from the camera view. This will definitely go a long ways in keeping the superior mode turn live. Where the caveat here, I wonder, will be what the rush looks like. I don't actually think the Hunters player faces too much pressure until we start to see Levia X full send and start clearing tamers. But even then,
Reserve X coming out.
Yeah, makes a big difference. But even then, Jaden playing really well around, obviously, you'll hear this from Hunters players, dividing your sources. Infamously, Black War Greymon Hunters back in BT12 format was a big deal, and adequately dividing up your sources across the different targets makes a big, huge impact over the course of a game. Gonna see, I think we're going kind of a more default stack building approach here. I think this makes a lot of sense from Luke. There's not a necessarily huge amount of value being derived from Leviamon's sort of forced summoning of your opponent's Digimon and their own from the discard pile, making much more aggressive trades that you don't mind getting answered by a Hunter's Digimon, because you'll then have your pieces in the discard pile, can kind of go a long way to catch up a little bit in this phase. We have to see, not 100% convinced that Luke looks super happy with the hand. Might be working their way towards...
I think what boost here into Levia will still keep turn, but I guess he could also try and go for the when attacking timing to go into X antibody to get the evolution and then trigger the pop on the Levia. Yeah. It does have a block anyway, so it would be trying to take out the... we are going to go for it.
So it will not pop the clock due to only popping odds, but it will pop one of the tamers.
I feel like, so he passed over, Levia does cost 6 to Evo, which is kind of gross. It's going to take out the Taiki to try and keep the resources low, because you're already passing 3, so you don't gain anything from popping the memory blocker in this instance. Obviously, it is going to get blocked, so it is going to be a save that does give you back something, but it's, with the second body out there, I kind of almost don't like that we didn't see the Gazimon get popped on the when attacking, because you've given yourself a source to be tucked under.
Mm-hmm.
If
well,
he'd...
we couldn't because it misses timing.
Oh, does it miss timing if it's under? Oh, okay.
Because you make no via X, but because the when attacking window has been missed, you cannot help with the Serve X.
Okay, that makes sense.
This is why they pay the big bucks, Jambo. I think this is a really interesting line. I like the Clockmon taking the block there particularly because it retains the same amount of
Superior
sources.
mode, just tucking your via X under the Gazimon.
Yeah, 3 colors. I guess that's why he did go for, like, try and pop the red source, try and bring it down, but, like, unfortunately for Levia players, it is still a 6. It's just got a lot of vaccine in it.
Draw a card, pop the Gazi, jamming, 1 check.
Whoa!
Biting Crush is huge.
Yeah, just
jam
about
that.
as good a comeback mechanic as you could have wanted here if you're Luke. That's a pretty incredible tempo swing there.
Now,
and obviously, now that's a lot of sources that do finally hit the discard pile.
Wall draw 1 off the Montimon though. Making up some small little value, but...
Yeah, especially with that not being a save body, that's a lot of tempo gone. Also, popping the 4th tamer means that Watchmaker can't go sideways. Not that it was going to.
We'll establish the Taiki, put him to 1.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
I think this is interesting as well. If you, let's say you have, hypothetically, a guy named Dragomon on speed dial, you're looking at kind of getting a board accelerated here. That you don't necessarily think your opponent has an answer to. Hidden hand information, obviously, but Luke has seen the revealed superior mode. It is a relatively safe assumption over the course of, I believe we're now on the 7th turn, that it's not super likely to have seen the second one and the quartz off the search. I don't necessarily think this is the sort of thing that can go punished super hard. Just again, one of the main strengths of Leviamon, we talk about it a lot. This is not a deck that if you have been keeping up with the BT15 format, you're going to be surprised to see having that strong security. But golly, it really does get it over the finish line sometimes.
The one downside to the Arresta Superior getting cooked is we didn't get to print the memory off the Gabumon when passing, so the 3-cost pass to get him to 1 actually set up quite nicely, so he's not in a position really to get super cooked, but it was a 4-cost champion, which always stings. No matter what turn it is, having the mem setter down and having to try and 1-choke under it and then having to give over that extra memory always feels bad. So again, this Levia, a deck famously that doesn't use a mem setter or tamers at all. So this low memory game is going to be more and more difficult now that we don't have those early tradings and boosts as extenders like we had before.
We see a slow rebuild on the resources here from Luke on Levia. I think it's really interesting. One of the advantages that they get here out of being able to more aggressively draw from the Gabumon X antibody, the individual 1-of from EX5, is just an increased amount of cards filtered into the hand. the cycle obviously is amazing, but you can't understate just how kind of ridiculously broken Evolving for Nothing is. And every chance to find another Leviamon X is a chance to really put a dent in some of these sources. Jaden, once again, doing a really good job divvying them all up. But if you're Luke and I'm seeing, I think that's 2 draw inherits under the Uamano down there, I am eyeballing him.
Now, Jaden is in a position where he could potentially just go for lethal.
What's also interesting is the 4s are now that there's Biting Crush set, it's compulsory that he evolves the 4s in the back, which does slow him down a turn, because, I mean, Shoutmon King version, you can just go, I don't got a Tamer. But Damemon, if he rips one off the top, that's playing a croc from trash.
Jaden will go to 5 at the start of his main phase.
Very normal deck.
Tapping both used to reduce next execution cost. Tapping 3. Most likely establishing the superior mode right now. Essentially could be a Shoutmon.
Superior, or we could see like the Omega Shout, because like the Superior's not going to get to tuck it under anything, so I wonder if he would just take it off the board. Yeah,
we'll
we're
just make the Omni Shout.
just going to take it off the
Popping the
board.
rare. And now this Omni Shout will be checking for 2 checks. 8k.
And drawing just about every card you could ever hope to have
4
found.
cards on attack.
If you've not seen Hunters in a while, don't worry, it's still really good at going through its list like this. I was discussing this recently with a...
Trading.
wow, that was a... you know, I was saying Leviamon often get kind of
Jaden,
buoyed by its
Jaden
security.
potentially still just has a lethal here again.
What, just off the rush
So
body
you can go
again?
2 drop, tap, make the rush Gumdra swing jamming, and then arrest the superior again.
Yeah, I mean, he cleaned it up nice, but I feel like it's one of those plays that would be so quick that he would have done it.
Yeah.
But then again, also, it's committing a lot of pieces to potentially just die first check in security, because obviously he wins if it's not if it's not one of those big pieces, but also he doesn't have jamming again, so he could just die to not being big enough. Well, he now has, now this Shoutmon has jamming. Is gonna play the Taiki for free.
I think this tantamount to something of calling a bluff here. I think it's interesting to see the value of having, like Jambo mentioned, that the ability to just generate this rush body later also goes sort of a long way in checking these last security, because Arrestor Dramon is still going to material save and save. You're still going to essentially reduce the total number of vulnerable pieces in your discard pile. If you're Luke, I think your window of ability to recap your position here on the board is probably dwindling quickly. I think you're looking for, you know, now that I say it, a Dragomon and a Leviamon would do pretty great here.
Yep.
But we'll have to find out how that goes.
I do like what Jaden's doing here, where he has essentially just realised that the Tamers in my hand are dead, so I might as well just play them, because he can't kill them all.
Yeah.
Fellas, I haven't seen a Death X in Leviamon in a little while. I don't think it's going around. I think he might squeak this one in. Interesting to see the 7th Lightning, obviously big in buoying a rebuild option later, but with the 2 Digimon to pop here first and a lot of sources hitting the trash should this Omni Shoutmon die, it's still a tough call. I don't personally think I've seen enough Arrestor Dramons to confidently say that the rush out isn't still very live. I think we've seen, if I'm correct, that looks like there's one underneath the Omni Shoutmon and one underneath the upper Uamano, but I'm not 100% sure from my perspective here.
Yeah.
Drago.
He picked up the speed dial, folks. He's
Let's
here
get
now.
it freaky.
It's like, yeah, sorry I'm late, you know, I slept in.
Hanging out with legally distinct Cthulhu, and I was busy.
We'll play the Pokemon. Not getting the Envoy, of course.
I think this is an interesting line. So the Clockmon distinctly here is the source that is not yet under the teamers. So perhaps Jaden playing around the idea that should he be able to survive this first encounter here, the ability once again to set up that rush jamming could be particularly useful.
All right, looks like we're searching to maybe find a Levia X off the top and speak it into existence. He is set up nicely because now I assume we have a Levia in trash.
we have a Levia. It was one of the first pitches at the start of the game.
Oh, I didn't even realize that the second trash was just things that will kill you dead.
Yeah.
I think this is the same Leviamon that was tucked into the Gazimon, if I'm remembering correctly as well.
Yeah.
So this is a very efficient turn here from Luke.
So
You got to marvel Leviamon sometimes. There are famously hunters used to kind of shrug off deletion-focused decks. Your on deletes were not going to bother them when they were not going to the discard pile and being material saved. But Leviamon, Om Nom Nom, he takes that memory regardless of where you go.
Double Revire.
Yeah,
Two big crocs.
Oh my days!
I don't hate it. Like, we talked about, like, the rush line is still pretty live, but if you manage to materialize just a kill here, then yeah, start just making Levia X's.
Make the X2 pop a tamer. Oh, this is beautiful. Just popping the clock one to make sure that he can never actually have access to jamming, so that the security is always a risk.
I guess there's also the possibility that you kill one of the tamers that has an arrestor underneath it, just to make sure that overflowing power isn't an option that we see from Trash.
Also, I like just popping the use just to deny the memory, making sure he can only have that free memory per turn.
All right,
Oh, popping the Taiki instead.
I guess he's maybe just seeing if he can keep the hand small. We'll head over to the other cameras to see. There's still a decent number of cards in hand. In fact, he's just going to be so kind as to drop
Looks like six, seven?
on the table. So yeah, definitely choosing to keep the hand as small as it can be for now. Because we've gone through a decent portion of the deck, so there's only so many targets that can be there if they're not already in Trash.
This is such a do or die.
We'll make the third Revire in a single turn.
I was about to say such a do or die moment here for Luke, and he's done it. This is an incredible mounted comeback here.
Yeah, it's not gonna, like, you don't really have to worry too much about
Arrestor in the trash, that's not one in hand.
Yeah, that's huge.
Ruin mode to cap it off.
Yep.
Oh, lovely.
Fantastic.
I think Luke's taking game one off this position.
Yeah.
Fellas, may I just very quickly love to point out our incredible Bandai TCG art showcase that is playing out here in front of us. All the colors, all the different arts from Levia. I mean, Leviamon is, people kind of joke how nice all these alts are, that Levia X's base art looks like an alt art from years gone by, but golly, when it pops off like this, you get to see all the glitter and the bang you could ever want for your regionals potential final round. Tough to call. Although, boys, my money at the moment, not looking like a tie.
It's not looking like that. It looks like Luke has been behind this entire game, and then randomly just takes it back.
Yeah,
but that is the power of a Revire in my opinion.
We were talking about how it was looking like a pretty lost game to start with, but I mean, you swim around in murky waters for too long and eventually something will bite.
And we talk about buoying it by security, the trainings off the security, the biting crushes from security. The original biting crush, we lamented that it was trading for a level 4, essentially 2 material drop Digimon, but at this pace, it's moving forward. Tuarmon, I kind of think this is an interesting line. I'm always apprehensive giving them Leviamons in Trash again, but obviously with a deficit of biting crushes locked and loaded in delay, have to see how this goes here from Jaden. I think it's will probably prove to be an adequate response just purely off the back that you can remove the ruin mode and stop that from over -5 on the second turn shrink, but as it stands, a tough break if you're Jaden, with a lot of things to get through here.
Yeah, I mean, this one, it didn't have Rush Right because it was a Tuarmon turning into it, and there goes Quartzmon.
Wowee.
Lock down all those tamers, all those bodies, and let's get counting. Let's bring it back. So we are going to drag it all the way to a 4 cost, and now this gets a little bit more difficult. He did put all of his eggs pretty much on the field.
I do feel like that is Quartz's like hidden special effect, is that you can randomly just warp the Digivolve from a 5 into it for the cost of like 9.
I'd pay that trade all day. 9 memory for Quartzmon here, when it is essentially the only actual surefire means of adequately preventing this Leviamon clapback, is pretty efficient. We obviously don't know about the other outs to biting crushes here in hand. I don't believe we've seen one. I'm trying to get a little view here at Luke's, but the Protoform under Gabumon.
So we're going to go into either the Dober X, because it was for 1 rather than the Guru X, which is going to give us a draw 1, trash 1. So we're digging for something. We don't have Raremon memory anymore. And there goes a 5.
The Warusidramon.
We still have a Levia X in trash, so if you can go into a Drago, then the Drago could potentially turn into a Levia X from trash, which would pop the Quartzmon.
This is do or die here from Luke. Can he...
Ooh, Cerberus.
Cerberus for a line here.
he has another Levier in hand, so I think he's just going to go for the Cerberus, take the easy pop. And
We
then
can
next
go Drago
turn,
as well, potentially.
I think the Cerberus is better here because it just locks out a little bit better. You also just get to get the 3-cost play. And are we down to 3 cards left in
Sure
deck?
looks like it. If you're Jaden, do you ever wonder what that out looks like? I mean, no, realistically, Quartz Burn here is always the safer line.
I don't think the Quartz is making it back to him.
Really, you think we're going with the...
I mean, it's trash 1, and then the Doberex normally would play 1.
What have we got? What's in the Leviamon bag of tricks?
Just anything, really. I don't think it, like, the name specifically matters. Gonna gain back some memory from playing out a Digimon by effects. Oh, actually, maybe from the trashing one. Either way, we're gonna get some memory back, and then we're gonna see the 5-cost Evo into a Levier. Levier is going to pop the lowest. And we're gonna gain back 1, but still...
Two
there's
Leviamon.
2 Leviamons.
It's a feeding frenzy.
We are not done yet. I would maybe open pass. I'm not gonna hold you. Open
Yeah.
pass, or you drop another Gabumon.
Preserve your resources as best as you can. Fellas, the last time I saw this many sideways crocodiles, Steve Irwin was having a bad day. But can Taiki Kudo and company, the young hunters across time... I didn't watch that season of the show, I'll confess.
I don't think anyone did.
But I did like that set.
Very
Let's
sick
see.
little set.
I watched it, and stuff happened. It was Digimon. And then all the protagonists showed up.
Sure did.
And they were like, please tune in.
Makes me laugh every time I see that clip, just for the absolute hilariousness of how big fighter mode is compared to everybody else from all the seasons of the shows. Guy just sort of pulls up and he's like, hello, can I watch table 1 from 40 feet away?
Yeah, he was like the Airbus. Oh, 7-cost Drago?
Like I said, Luke's got him on speed dial. I mean,
What do you play here?
I guess we just make a Leviat X again, and we just pop a guy. I guess that's it, really.
Yeah, I guess.
We have the 7th. Oh, we have the 7th engraved, so we need to filter 7's back.
Ah. That's clever. Lock it down. Draw down to his last card.
Yep.
Pop a tamer, pop the... Well, he pops odds, right? So it would miss popping the odds, but the 7ths are about to send that man to God. How much memory is he getting back off of all the
He's only getting 2 back.
Only 2?
No, 1, sorry. He's
one
only getting
because
one
the
back.
other Levia has just now digivolved.
Yeah, but
Oh.
from the playing by
3
effects.
Leviamon X antibodies have hit the board.
Yeah.
Will we now see the... Yes, there they are.
Double
7
7.
lightnings going back into the deck. We'll get to double save.
I just don't know where we go from here. All right.
But argue with Jaden could just kill him.
Do or die time here from
Yeah.
Jaden.
If he finds it, he finds it.
Fellas, I don't believe we've seen all 4 Arrestor either. So there's still ample opportunity here with 7 memory and a
Digit
dream.
Krulos. He's doing it. Going
Cross
into
up for the big time. King mode.
Yo, shout out to the king. What's he playing?
We'll have jamming.
Gosh, this deck does operate on a dime, huh? Very
Watchmaker.
Oh, he's
Wow.
trying to kill him, bro. He's trying to
We'll
kill
find the
him.
Gumdra bottom decking 2 other watchers. Watchmakers.
There really aren't too many
Swing
of those.
4K. Jamming. Hitting the Gobbly.
And then show us the
More memory in a
unsuspend.
dream.
Does he have enough draw power?
3 cards in deck.
Can you Drakmon Digicross here? Drakmon Digicross.
Gumdra for 2.
Send back.
Shuffle in the single Tagadoo. Draw 1.
Oh, it's you. Oh, but he doesn't have a card under the source. I think the jamming actually.
Going all in on the jamming might not have had the...
Yeah, he's so
Turn over from
close.
At the last hurdle.
It had to have been 1 away, or it's insecurity.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
Smiles from Mr. Conquest. He's
At the
X1.
last hurdle. Jaden will fall flat, facing down 3 crocodiles of the X antibody. Combined 11 checks on the current board state.
What a lockdown.
You know what? They need it.
Yeah,
Last
there it is.
superior
Last one.
in
There it was.
Security attacking with the power of friendship.
Tis the season for Magabumon as we go to
Taking
game 2.
down Game 1 in the final round of the Salford Regional.
I think that was a really interesting display here from these two players. One of the things you hear about a lot is the sort of prevalence of just, I'm sure you have a red hybrid player in your local scene discussing the kind of pitfalls of the Leviamon matchup for their beloved sort of swarmed security full of tamer cards. But here from a Hunters player, a pretty compelling argument for the fact that there is a critical match you can play where those crocodiles cannot get all the kids.
Now, you're in Jane's position. You've just gone down the game in arguably a matchup on the stream. You just said that you're extremely confident into. What are you doing? What are you changing in your game plan?
I think he had it pretty much on the nose the first time, but there, we mentioned earlier, there are tipping points in this matchup where biting crushes and security and trainings to produce a third crocodile in one turn probably push the efficiency. You can take a incredible one cost reduction chip engine over the line. And we'll have to see. I'd imagine if you're Jaden, you don't take too much of this one to heart. Sometimes they have it like that and you move forward. But I would love to see how he goes about this. 20 minutes, 19 and some change to make a big dent here in Luke's map. I'd love to draw everyone's attention back to that question mark next to final, though. Is it conceivably a draw here? Do you ever think that comes through, Jambo?
Looking at the other standings, how about Uganda? If we can. So, table 2 still going on. Both tables where they have 4 wins and 1 tie. Table 3, Manimbu takes it down against that dude, locking in his potential top 8. Minikill taking down Shippy on table 4. Sid taking down Iona Rose on table 5. Comkid taking down Blaze Metabe on table 6. X-Titan 24 taking down Zahando on table 7. K-Beebs and Shiny Caterpie still battling out. Saf and Russell Moore still battling out on table 9. And Zia and Kat Lafon still battling out on table 10.
All right.
These guys are getting set up for game 2 here. I think it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. Again, I don't really see a ton of adaptations in the plan here from Jaden, just to sort of go, well, sometimes it works out the way that they really need it to out of security, and I think the variability of the Hunter's engine, the ability to make different threats at different times and, very efficiently answer threats. Leviamon doesn't always make 6 giant crocodiles. Sometimes it chips you down a couple times first. So the toolbox is deep and the skill set is deeper. We're getting into game 2.
All right. Let's run it in.
Jaden deciding to go first in the matchup.
Now, what's going to be the first tamer we see hit the ground?
Tigeru every time, right?
Has to be Tiger.
Oh.
Watchmaker, the old groovy man.
I mean, he's going to hit. That's going to be a Digimon with save and a Hunter, so...
I feel that you just want to max out on the card advantage aspect of this matchup, of this deck, as much as possible in this matchup. You don't really care about the little small interaction pieces like the Kakimon and like the pop from the King version. You just want to see the cards that are going to win you the game.
Yeah, especially because there's no guarantee that your Taiki's going to stick around for more than 2 turns. You need as much draw early on as you can.
A tamer down again, like we discussed at the start of last game. Big difference in terms of the safety for these chips. A Psychemon now looking much more appealing when you know it's going to save its pieces and not give Dragomon that "hey you up" text. We see
Gabumon to pass turn.
I don't hate it. Like, if you don't get anything else and it's your cheapest pass, you might as well get something that they have to answer, or like, because there's no tamers, you're not getting crossed up on anything, so you probably aren't actually exploding here. Without a cross-up tamer either, the superior mode won't be able to... The superior mode won't be able to get it.
Hitting the Ramon.
We begin the chip game, gentlemen.
Effect to save, will miss the draw. Twice he's done that.
Yeah, I mean, nerves are on. You're down a game. You do have to lock in.
It's a tall order here, too.
Playing the Taiki, establishing the second color, and then playing a U. The boys, the homies, the enemies turned friends have combined to take down the menace that is the Crocodile, the X-Antibody.
This is a tough challenge here for Jaden, really throwing the gloves down and saying, what can you do with this essentially 5 memory massive swing? I haven't given you any resources in my discard pile, but if you're a Leviamon enjoyer, and you've seen an Octo in hand here, I'm sure you feel a lot better against any of these material save decks, really trying to slow your roll down. And we'll see the Octomon straight off the rip.
We'll play out a token.
Always love to see what people have
Playing
lying around.
out the, a nice little custom-made Fujitsumon token.
It's so clean. Like, at first, I legitimately mistook it for, like, a Pokemon card because of how nice it was. Like a full-art Pokemon card. I was like, no, it's got the layout. It's definitely, like, a token.
Fujitsumon is the barnacle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, this game is cool.
Will be establishing the Wary Siege Ring, losing majority of its value. Obviously, its value comes from when attacking and its all turns effect. But because Jaden has no actual targets engraved, it is just an 8k guy, which is a bit.
I do wonder if you just swing over it to like make him just go neg from hand. We're gonna go for an X antibody, so if he does, he's now gonna be getting piercing at least, so he's not gonna be giving up tempo.
It's an interesting called shot as well. The forced discard on the Fujitsumon really putting the pressure on not having had a chance to save this under a tamer card yet. If Jaden's hand is nothing but 3s and 4s here, it's pretty much curtains. We're gonna get the Leviamon bread and butter, Levy X, excuse me, bread and butter, where we full send it here on just an inconsolable amount of security damage with piercing.
Luke is essentially throwing down the gambit. He's saying, I'm going to free check you, out it now, or else I'm going to free check you again.
Yeah. I mean, it's value. You're up a game, and that last game took so long, and I think there's only so many times you can, like, skulk your way out of a bad situation. Like, he really was fighting tooth and nail just to stay in, and eventually just, like, death rolled him. And this time he's just jaws in straight away, and it's like, now it's on you to fight your way out of this.
Digimon when the back against the wall.
Summoning circle, summoning circle.
Down a game.
Woohoo!
Wow, and you never miss those.
Yeah, he never does you wrong. And now suddenly that Goblimon is a liability.
Chad, if you're having visions of grandeur here, you might be taking hunters to your locals next week. Make sure you hit those
Just chuck it
Digimons.
under.
Yeah, it's like, actually, I don't understand why people think the deck's bad. Have you considered just getting value every time you play the card?
Yeah.
Whiffing on Damimon could
Have you
literally
considered
never
going
be me.
+1 on every swing?
Yeah, it's just really that easy.
If you're Jaden, I almost wonder how much disruption you can do to the full resource pool of the discard piles in this matchup. Material save being such a absolutely massive stopping air brake for Leviamon's momentum in this match, but also preventing Levia X's returning to the discard pile. I mean, sometimes I'm looking at Quartzmon to just stop the Goblimon dying. What if we keep these pieces stuck here? Can really bring your tempo back. If you've been hit for 3 checks on turn 4, it is probably time to try and recoup some time.
It is kind of interesting as well. He chose not to commit pieces to the body because he didn't have rush, so he wasn't going to be getting the draw power from it. And this basically does what you'd expect. It baits out a biting crush because the block was going to come through. If anything, you could maybe say that Luke could have tried to swing the Gobbly, but almost the fact that he didn't implies to me that it's his only rookie. So if we do see the push out here and it turns into an Omni Shout, or we get to load Shout King or anything like that, we theoretically could be putting Luke really on the back foot.
Love to draw your attention, gentlemen, to the number of superior modes we've now seen cycled through from Jaden's side. I believe that's 1 in the trash, 1 of the Taiki, and a 3rd from the Fujitsumon discard. So if you're Jaden, you're starting to feel a bit of a pinch on your resource pool.
Yeah, he looks a little bit stressed. Like, he definitely had the shake of the head, so I don't know if he's missing all his level 5s, and that Fujitsu pitch earlier is like coming back to bite him, or we just need to figure out a new route. We're gonna have to go for an awkward route.
We'll just swing 2k. Get a little bit more chipping. Hitting the Cervex.
Oh, he misses the draw again.
I mean, nerves will do that to you. It's a tough, real break here for Jaden. And you know, this is part of the appeal of a Leviamon
hard
player.
pass turn on a Tawar.
It really rattles you sometimes. The impending pressure over and over and over again can really put you under. So
Now, we do not have we have a single Levia engraved, and he will establish the Octo, creating another Fujitsumon token, triggering the biting crush.
we've not seen Jaden's hand. I'm starting to wonder how much he's still got lying around.
Well, we just saw a hard play Tawar into pass.
Yeah,
So
this is
we
pretty dire here for Jaden.
will save 2. That is a somewhat small upside on an otherwise impending doom.
Yeah, he's definitely looking like he's up the creek without a paddle, and yeah, I mean, Levia is just chilling. He likes these waters.
I really want to bring attention to the Octomon and the value here in this matchup. One of the things we're seeing is that a great adaptation from Luke, if I'm honest, really finding a way to really lock the jaw down. If you were having trouble getting your pieces out from these tamers and you had to resolve I believe that was a triple Levia X turn game 1, getting Fujitsumon down to really kind of loosen Jaden's grip on his materials early on, and a double Octomon in 9 turns is a great tempo line here, which cost a minimum 2 Arrestor Dramon Superior modes, and it could have been a lot worse. Great adaptation from Luke going into game 2. This is the sort of thing you expect from these players at the highest level.
He will just pitch the quant.
Yeah, I mean, Luke was a Belphemon player in BT13. He's just basically always been good at the purple stuff. He really understands how to make use of like that hand and then the second hand in the trash economy. And I mean, purple, like, Luga is almost a red deck sometimes in the way that it pushes out and it just belligerently
Gabu
OTKs
X
you.
will double hit, adding both X
Double X
antibodies.
And you can tell we're late in the round because most people,
Even the judge has to read it.
every single time, without fail, when that resolves, it is someone is picking up the card and going, it does what now?
It adds X antibody? What?
Yeah.
Will add the perfected and the primal propofol.
Starting over here for Jaden. We have not seen him swimming in this many resources in a little while, and
Player clock, putting Luke back to 1. Grabbing just the Drachmon.
So we do have a rookie for the next turn, but that's if we even make it there.
But now, Luke untapping. 4 bodies on board. 6.
Gentlemen, there's blood in
5
the water.
checks. He can sniff it. He can sniff his Machine Dramon playmat. His top 8-0 on the...
Envious no longer of European players who've received their serial omnis. The 7 Demon Lord of Envy will make us green
1 check.
at the goal line.
Swing with Avaya.
There comes the block.
Gain 1. Swing with Gizmon. And
Walk out of
checking
security.
the Watchmaker. Watchmaker will get a search. But now, Luke can sense it. He can sniff it. Blood is in the water. The crocodile is deadly. And Gabu X will swing for game. Luke Campbell will be your Salford 2024 regional champion.
Fantastically played from both these players, but Luke really showing he has what it takes to operate at these kinds of high-stakes environments. Congratulations to our finalists. What a great match to end this off on.
Yeah, I mean, we said final question mark round, but those two were the last ones there. Round 6, our finals, is going to get secured. Fantastic work, honestly. We're probably going to go get an interview from Luke. He's been chilling. He did drop by. We can send, Mr. Tommy NT.
Let's see if I can remember how to do my day job. It's funny, boys. You go into Digimon mode and you're like, I think I'll resolve a Fanglongmon. Well, I didn't today, but hypothetically I could have.
We'll let Jambo vamp for a bit. We're going to make sure the mics are all set up and all that good stuff. And I will make sure the camera is working, so that way we don't have Jambo.jpg going. So we'll leave it with Jambo to just chill it down on the stream. Mr. 2 host was. We'll get ready for our winners.
Budget 1, I'll get in the little cam with you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have just had a tremendous finals here in the scorching hot sun of Salford, sat in this historic stadium where many great would-be players have played. And now we've just established a new champion within Digimon, the card game. Luke Campbell will be taking it down with the Reviamon X deck. Again, purple. Purple's a colour, guys. I'm going to say this now. Purple's the best colour in the game. It's just what it is. It was an absolutely tremendous final. Luke Campbell showcasing how he knows exactly what to do in these matchups. Jaden before this match, in the interview, he said he was confident. He knew the matchup. He knew what he was doing. He'd been testing with his Birmingham brothers. But now Luke Campbell has said, nope, we're not doing this here, mate. I'm taking you down, pal. Lovely little best of 3. Sure, it was only 2 games, but it was 2 games of a masterclass from Reviamon. It was absolutely astonishing. Now, Elixir and Tommy NT will be getting a winners interview with Luke Campbell, and shortly after we'll probably be doing a winners ceremony. Elixir will be back on the mic in a minute. We'll be transferring over to the winners interview now.
All right, so we'll head it over to... let's just head it over to the 16x9.
Choice about the matchups you played today, how you feel about testing.
You can avoid thoughts on the format if you'd like, but whatever you want to talk about, if you got any shout outs and stuff like that, that's fine. Good to go. Let's get it going.
So I'm here with Luke. Way to go,
Hi.
pal.
Thank you.
I would love to just congratulate you at the rip here. Fantastic performance in the finals. We were losing our minds at how good the Octomon's going in that game too. You got anything you want to tell us about sort of the deck building for Leviamon, the philosophy you're going with? Seems like you had a little bit of everything going down.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of everything because I flip-flopped like many times between because Levi's split between like the Cerberus build and then the build with like the in-archetype Dragomon and Wyrocedra. And one build uses like a normal antibody, one uses Protoform.
Sure.
And sometimes it can be bricky when you mix them, but I just thought Protoform's so good.
Oh yeah,
So
and it came up too.
it came up so many.
We were behind the microphone losing our minds when we saw the Gabu X find both activity bodies.
It's good when that happens.
Do you find that having this sort of jack of all trades ability, Hunter's material save and saving its 3s and 4s, it's got to be difficult for Leviamon on paper, but you made a great adaptation to resolve that.
I think just the ability to delete tamers is very nice. Like obviously he was saving very wide, like one under everything, but I can still cut him off like Taikis or Use or whatever.
Sure.
I'll be honest, it wasn't a matchup I thought about before today.
I was going to ask you about that. One of the things I think is really interesting about the way 15 is shaken out is you never know what you're going to have to go into your like recesses of your memory and see what Rhines you still remember.
So many decks, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. What have you played against today?
So round 1 was against Mirage. That was pretty okay. I mean, she broke pretty badly.
Sure.
Round 2, the Leviathan Mirror, absolute nightmare. I've not played that before. Yeah, there was a point where I had 2 Biting Crushers, he had 3 Biting Crushers, and we just let it resolve.
Checkers there.
Yeah, and
you go first.
Eventually I decked him out, and this was because of the Protoform, because basically all my stacks have Protoforming, because every time he killed my stack, it go back on security, and he couldn't check without giving it back to me.
Sure.
So that was definitely clutch there. After that was Nume, which was fine because turn 1 Biting Crush, and then from there it was just like he couldn't deal with the Leviathan.
Yeah, sometimes you put him so far behind.
Yeah.
What kind of Numemon were you playing against? We hear a lot about purple builds and blackface.
It was black, yeah.
Yeah, seems like there was a lot of that today here at Salford Regional. What'd you play after Numemon?
I played against the Blue Armors twice.
Wow, gosh.
Which, in that matchup, you kind of have to not rely on Biting Crush so much because 1, you can't delete things, and 2, if you play out a Leviathan with no sources, it gets bounced by Zudo or the Black Magna.
Yeah.
So I just kind of went for big stacks in those games, and it worked out.
Sounds like flexibility was really your number one tool at your advantage here today. Congratulations once again. Is there anything you'd like to specifically highlight about your event today? Any games you played, or any opponents you played against, or even anyone here from the testing group or partners you practiced with?
I don't know. Shout out to everyone from Liverpool who come. I know they didn't place as well as me, but
sometimes you got to show who's top dog. You're gonna have a nice mat to walk into Locals with this week, though. I'll tell you what.
I'm not playing this deck again. I wasn't even gonna play it today.
What had you on it? We heard a lot. Andrew was gushing about your Belfamon in the past.
I was gonna play Belfamon, but I was like, surely I just lose to Numemon because Leviamon. It's been so look-sucky for me on Locals. Like sometimes you do a full insane combo and have like 4 Leviamons on board. Sometimes you don't.
Yeah.
I did make one change recently to the deck, which was I have no Garurumons.
Oh, really?
So I have Garurumon X with no Garurumons. I've swapped them off for the Raremon, just because I was breaking so much that and hard playing Garurumons. I was like, I might as well just put Raremon in. At least he has a non-play and it's good. And you can do a stupid combo Wyrocedramon where you swing, delete a rookie, and then combo.
Sure. I want to ask you about the Raremons here because I know I get a lot of people. Have you ever been on the sort of like dregs of a YouTube comment trail, like, what can I cut for a Raremon? How do I make room? I don't have 80 pounds lying around. Looks like it came out huge for you today.
Yeah.
Is it definitely a deck building going forward, a constriction for the deck, perhaps maybe going to price people out of Leviamon at this point?
Well, I think Leviamon kind of rotates out a little next set anyway.
Sure.
But Raremon is just probably going to be an eternal purple staple for a while.
Yeah.
They limited scatter modes. Your choices are limited on level 4, so draw and trash a lot. You have a little bit of the Guru engine. That's 5 cards. Raremon's just good for any deck that can play out a Digimon from trash as well. Get the on play.
And especially considering, they happen to have made it half black and given it cyborg support. And considering your new machine you're on, Matt, maybe you'll have a chance to play with some Raremons. I'm going to pass it back to the boys at the desk.
Sure.
Once again, congratulations, Luke. You did a great job.
Right, yeah, we're back. Also, we got photographers in the building. We got DigiDread just slightly off the mic. Our mic's on now. Okay, they're back now. And we are probably going to be closing out our what was our final round. Great interview from Tom. Appreciate it always. And shout outs to the rest of them. We don't know exactly who's getting
their serial omnis just yet, so we're still going to be live for a little bit longer, probably for winners ceremony,
If I could
something
chime
like
in
that.
a little bit, so there's one guaranteed omni, obviously. Luke, who just won?
Once again, congrats.
That's 1 out of 8.
That's the first one in the UK.
Yeah, there are 10 people who can get one.
Wow.
Of which only 7 can get one.
So obviously the 2 guaranteed are the one guy who's got 1 draw, no losses. Obviously the guy who just won the event. The rest of them is fair game.
Yeah, so very, very exciting. So I guess 6 X1s are going to have a very good day, and 2 X1s are going to be silent on the way home.
If I'm Jaden, I'm feeling pretty good about it, to be honest. I think.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
I'm
Oh
feeling
no,
pretty
my
set.
only loss was the guy who won.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Oh man, I hope his resistances were good. But yeah, Luke Campbell, if you just joined back, you just missed a full-on nearly 10-minute interview with our winner. But Luke, the Leviamon player, Purple Extraordinaire, has come and claimed the first serial omni in the UK. And then everyone else is going to be getting whatever's available.
Yeah.
So a little update on the standings. Obviously, Luke, we just watched him. Tremendous Leviathan player. Marcus A taking it down table 2 to go 5 wins, no losses, 1 draw. Man in blue taking it down against that dude on table 3 to go X1. Minikill to go X1 on 3. Sid to go X1 on table 4. Comkid to go X1 on table 6, taking down Blaze Metaby. Table 7, X-Titan taking it down against the Handle. K-Beebs taking it down against Shiny Caterpillar to end X1. Saf taking it down against Russell Moore to go X1. And then Zavir taking it down against Catlafon to be our final X1 for the day.
Congratulations to this round's winners. A tentative breath of relief as you finish your now last round here at the Salford Regionals. You regroup with your friends. But boys, there are not going to be a room full of unbroken hearts here in a minute. We're going to have to see. If the challenge goes that not all of these folks who go X1 can do it, what hurts worse? That somebody gets the 420 or the 69 Omnimon, or that they get number 001?
It's arguably that you can be here for entire. So, like, say with Jaden, right? Obviously, Jaden's going to get a top 8 on me.
Oh, yeah.
But imagine if tiebreakers were that bad.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
seen it before.
He just farmed jobbers all the way.
We've seen it with someone like Dan Bang. Obviously, there was a story where he was in finals in a 9-round event, lost in finals, and then became 9th.
Yep.
Yeah, which is crazy. I mean, Usman at the Birmingham Regional, where he played Saf in finals, bubbled outside of getting on Twitter because they posted the top 4 and he finished 5th thanks to his tiebreakers. They always find a way to just make sure he's just. They don't tweet about him ever.
I'll tell you, boys, I am something of an expert in bubbling. And I pretty affectionately like to think of this as a learning experience, because when you look at the regional run and you look at the day you've had today here, May 2024, largely the final BT15 event of the format here in the UK, you've got to be feeling pretty good about the cumulative work you put in. A trophy card is nice, but a day with your friends, your testing group, vindication that you understood what you were going into, you had your practice. X1 is, degrees of variance off of an unbeaten player.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
fantastic.
Yeah.
a truly masterclass level peer group here, and I want to really reiterate to anyone watching, it is tough to walk in these shoes. These players have really stepped up. So once again, congratulations to our winners here, X1, but not everyone goes home with their shiniest piece of cardboard yet.
All right, yeah, so we got a little bit. We're going to go to what might just be a little bit of a short break with some music whilst we get ready for the winner ceremony. We will get our prizing and stuff done in front of the interview camera. We'll make sure it's ready. Maybe people won't walk in front of it this time.
Yeah, that'll be crazy.
I won't get my hopes up.
But yeah.
Crazy.
Hey, somebody said excuse me. That was nice.
Yeah, I mean, but if you enjoyed the stream, if you're on Twitch, make sure to follow Organized Play Events. If you haven't headed over to the YouTube, come follow me on YouTube. All the VODs will be coming out here later. Make sure to follow the co-cast. We've got Jambo TCG on YouTube, Godfish Jambo on Twitter.
Yeah, Godfish.
And then also my fellow Misplay for Game podcast host, the Tommy NT.
Follow the TikTok, it's Misplay for Game Pod.
Yeah, we will not have any of this on there, probably. But we may have clips from this in a game show that we play once every 2 to 4 weeks about guys that really like doing a lot of damage, maybe ending the game in one shot. But this has been us for now. We'll be back for the awards ceremony on the other side of the break, but it's been fun. Until next time.
The stream chat can enjoy it being scuffed. All right, yeah. What up, stream? You, if real ones were here, they saw it live, but YouTube, take one for sure. This was definitely the first take. We're here with some creators from the Salford regional. It wasn't just me and Misplay for Game Boys in the building. We did have some other UK creators that were going on some big runs, some of them as big runs. Oh, where were you placing on those, would you say?
I would be like right at the bottom. but overall, the event has been a lot. And I think that's the main thing of why Digimon is just so great. You can literally see everyone play their favourite deck and just figure it out. So overall, my run wasn't amazing, but it was a chance for me to effectively use something out of my comfort zone. Everyone probably knows me being a Digimon fanatic, highly on red, if not a little bit of blue. But this time I did manage to go with yellow vaccine, which is a little bit more of the carry build, so effectively more control based, which did okay, but it did go down the time, I'm not going to lie. So I do apologise to the people who did draws.
Well, a draw is still points, and it sometimes is the difference between bubbling and making it into like the next thing. But also saw you running around with the camera, getting those shots in. Like you're also known for your like peak camera quality here. Like we're on like double DSLRs for this stream, which was like crazy. This is obviously mobile cam. All right, you want us to be higher? You got it, Chief. And I. All right, quiet, cool. Yeah. So now we're just pretty much. How do you think expecting to see some nice shots coming out of this?
Oh, without a doubt. I think what's been really good is kind of seeing those like kind of like in the moment shots. And that's what I really do specialize in, is just kind of like capturing the moment, seeing how the game is going down, and just essentially looking at the more authentic reactions being the main thing. I did get a few snaps of the venue, got a few snaps of yourself, so I'll make sure to get those bad boys in the light room and they'll be looking fresh to death. But yeah, I think overall, really good venue.
Yeah, I really
amazing
liked it.
lighting.
Actually fantastic. Like we brought extra lighting stuff and we barely had to use it. Maybe a little bit dark over there, but that's also because your boy melanin breast. It was.
Got to join you on that one, Chief.
Yeah, it's always rough trying to get extra lighting. You kind of have to go ham, go blind. But it was a good time. Jamie coming through with the extra lighting. I have no idea in the edit if it's going to do anything. But yeah, we had fun. We expecting to see you at the Birmingham Regional?
Unfortunately not. My wife can't, basically my wallet can't handle another adventure, to say, in the same month. So unfortunately I can't actually attend this one in Birmingham. But it was good to come to this one and just catch up with some fellow peeps. So yeah.
Yeah, it's always fun to network and catch up with people. And BT15 was a long format. We're at the tail end of it. You looking forward to 16?
Am I looking forward to 16? Bruh. I'm ready for that format. Only because obviously people are like obviously fretting against kind of like Magnarex, and Magnarex is going to be a menace. I'm not going to lie here, but I think over in the West, I think we can cook. I think we'll find our feet and how to deal with it effectively. So
yeah,
I'm not too worried, to be honest. There's a lot of great minds behind our format, and really pick up some amazing recipes. So I'm not too worried. But in terms of playing armors with the new level 6,
yes sir.
I know for yourself, like you are
I'm so
armor
excited.
as well. So
yeah, it's weird. Like I'm not super wide on everything. Like I know you're building birds and other things like that.
Yeah.
Me, I'm in here for like 5 cards, and then my stuff's getting traded to other people. I'm for the people, by the people.
I love it.
But yeah, for the people, if you want to, like, if they want to follow you, what socials should they be looking out for?
Get me on Twitter, DigiDread. Same with the YouTube channel as well. DigiDread, tap it on YouTube search, and you'll definitely find your boy. You'll probably be greeted with a nice little intro to the 1K milestone, which was such a great feat. But we are climbing. Not dropped any videos recently, more because it's kind of discovered this format. So Beta 16, I'll be back on the recipes, cooking up something mean. So watch out for that.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks very much for joining me. Hopefully we'll be able to get you on like a podcast one day. We're starting to get more and more creators, so definitely be able to hit you up. Being in the same time zone obviously helps. Not having to get Americans in, but yeah, always appreciate it, boss man.
Got this, man. Got
All right.
this. All right.
No idea yet. I think he's confirming his limitless as like a ID thing to prove that he is. That's fine. Oh yeah, the machine map was only for first, wasn't it? Oh well.
I saw blue, okay?
Oh, game-wise mates. Meta B mates, top 8, I guess. I think so. Unless they're going in a really awkward order, which I doubt. Is this top 4? Yeah, no, it seems like they're only doing top 4. Just put 10. 10 is a pretty cool number. The lowest possible double digits. Okay, there is no order to these. We're just doing them wherever we feel like. So I'm heading back over.
Go find Johnny.
Alright. They are just not doing fate in order. There is no point getting it. So we can probably just throw it to BRB.
My love, I can change your whole life.